Good afternoon. Welcome to this Monday edition, start of the week edition of Wire to Wire, alongside Racing Rachel. Sorry about that. I was like banging into you. Track announcer John G. Dooley, like the Colts defense.
Yeah, go Colts. 5-1,
5-1,
baby.
They're looking good at 5-1. By the way, speaking of wins, congratulations, Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, 11,000 over the weekend at Remington Park with his son Eric aboard.
Yes, I know. I woke up, I saw the highlights, and we had a poster printed and everything.
We had a poster.
Probably not going to like it, but I'm going to text Andy and see if they want it. But yeah, congratulations to Steve on his 11,000th win at Remington Park.
If they don't want it, I'll take it.
You can have it.
I'll just keep adding it onto it.
There you go.
1,001 gets to 12,000. Yeah. Needs a Derby winner. We got to get Mr. Steve a Derby winner.
I like it.
Yeah. So hope you had a fun weekend. I know I did, and looking forward to diving in here today. 8-race all thoroughbred card here today. Columbus Day. Holly.
I know. What a treat. It's just all a thoroughbred today, 1 through 8. I did a little bit of a pick 4 tickets. These last half of this card is pretty wide open, I'd say, but very much looking forward to all thoroughbreds today. You're going to miss Martha, though.
Yeah. She'll be along. Of course, we've got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday racing this week, and then just was the case over last weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, no live racing here, but we've got the big day coming up at the end of the month, talking about Indiana Champions Day, more about that spectacular day of thoroughbred and quarter horse racing here on the 25th in just a moment. But it's that time of the day. Mentioned Colts looking good at 5-1, and certainly the weather looking good. We're fast and firm to start off the race week. Time to head down to WRTV6 and see what Chris has to say. Chris?
Connecting our communities with stories that matter. This is a WRTV update.
Well, it's a nice stretch of weather this afternoon. Included sunny skies in place, highs in the mid-70s, a touch warm for October, but hard to ask for a lot more at the track today with mild readings and dry skies. This is above average by a bit. We'll keep it going into tomorrow. If you're back, temperatures get even warmer for Tuesday. We're talking readings climbing to near 80 degrees. Getting even hotter here, all the heat front-loaded in the weekend before we cool off by midweek. Sunny skies back for Tuesday. John, back to you.
All right, Chris, our good friends there, WRTV 6, 13th day of October. We're talking about temperatures almost in the 80s, Rachel.
I don't know what's going on with this weather. I don't know what's going on, though. I have nothing to say. We missed a lot of turf racing, but also I am not going to complain at all about nice warm weather here in October.
Fast and firm today. Turf rail set at 24 feet to start the race week. We talked about wins. Well, Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen recording 11,000, as Rachel noted over the weekend. There at Remington Park with his son Eric up. The Colts are 5-1, and Fernando de la Cruz vying for yet another riding title here.
Don't forget to IU.
Yep.
Hoosiers.
There you go. 96 wins, by the way, for Fernando.
96. He is crushing it this year. We had a couple of nice riding. We had a triple and a double. We're going to start here with Fernando's, though, and he started right off the bat. 1-1, Zagruta. Oh, I did it right.
Yeah, daughter of Gun Runner. Sharp coming back here.
Very
Actually,
nice.
had run here in the past and then went to out of town. I think it was,
yeah.
Yeah, Colonial Downs gave a stake there, try there in Virginia, but comes back here to the Hoosier State. And I mean, this gal by Gun Runner, she likes to hear Zagruda, trained by Brad Cox for Somaya U.S. Stables. Congratulations to all connected with the daughter of Gun Runner. Zagruda looks sharp. That was Fernando's first win on Thursday's card when we last raced here.
And then we went on to race 3. Look, 1-1, 3-3. Gold win here for Klopp.
Another front-running victory. Mitch tried to chase and track down, but this horse just kept on finding for Fernando all the way to the finish. Gas Alley, actually, for the Lowers, had shown speed, but dropped back to last in the early stages. Good try there to get the silver medal under Evan Roma.
Yeah, and Mitch being beat had to knock some people out of the sequence. And then we'll go on to the third win for him, race 6, number 12. No more carrots. Ian Wilkes, 1160. He's got a couple in today, one in today that looked really interesting that I thought might pay pretty well. Kind of the same situation as this one.
This is a really nice battle. Actus, trained by Tom Amos, who has 6 training titles here to his credit for Joel Politi. And Actus was in the red and white blocks, but game victory here. More carrots just dug her heels in, repels Actus to give Fernando de la Cruz his 3rd victory here on Thursday's racing program. Very game victory for More Carrots over Actus, and I don't think it'll be long for Actus to get that diploma too.
No, not at all. That was a very nice effort. And then do want to mention Jose Gutierrez. Eric Smith texted me. It was after his first win Thursday, and he scored his 40th win, which means he goes down from a 7-pound bug to a 5-pounder.
Yeah.
I'm going to reference him like a
5
bass.
pound apprentice allowance.
He is just about the size of one. But yeah,
You know, he's
congratulations to
41.
him.
You know, he's 41.
Yep, because of that double. So he had his 40th win and then another win yesterday on the card. So congratulations to him.
At season's end, mid-November, of course, we're getting closer to the final weeks. Dooley's Legends contest. We've got one for all of you horse players today on track and those playing online at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. But as we get to that final week of the meet, of course, we crown every year the Juan Saez leading apprentice in memory of Juan, who was taken way early, and Jose Gutierrez, I think, is going to be the perfect candidate to take that award this year.
Yes, for sure. It's going to be a very nice closing day. I think all I'm going to have to really worry about is the trainer. I don't know if you have the standings ready, Aaron, but yeah, I'd like to see. I looked it up Thursday, but I kind of forget. You know, after a weekend, you forget.
Goldwyn gave Klopp a little bit more.
Yeah, he did.
The collar getting a little tight there, Aaron.
4 wins above Heron, and then right behind him is Gennaro. Brad's got 30, and Tim rounds out the top 5. Look at my girl Michelle rounding out the top 10. And then Fernando is way in the lead in front of Joe Ramos.
You know, it's interesting with Fernando de la Cruz. Whenever Fernando's won his past riding titles here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, always with 100 or more wins. So when Fernando wins and he's in the zone and has a good meet, he's tough to catch.
And you always make a big, like, what was that one year? Ramos got up to over 100. It was a nice meet for him the year he won it. But and then rounding out the top 5 after Burgos is Sammy B. Louis Contreras, not shocked to see him in the top 10, honestly. But look at Gutierrez up there in 8. Mitchell, first time he's been here. First time Louis been here. First time did Gutierrez right now last year? I don't think so.
No.
So yeah, so first time for them, and they're in the top 10. So those are some names you want to watch 100%. Where they go. We've been showing the interview where everybody kind of tells us what track they're going to. So good luck to all of them. Mitchell will be going to Fairgrounds with you, I suppose.
Yeah, Marcelino too.
And Marcelino.
Fairgrounds. You have Oaklawn Park. Some prefer to go to Turfway Park. I think that's where Evan Roman is going to be going.
I'm glad I finally made it. Yeah. I need to come back this year.
Buckle up, boys.
Well, get your music suggestions ready, Mitchell, and Marcelino. Be ready to babysit me because I was walking around down there by myself, and Tim Hanisch took good care of me because I was all alone. Joe was out of town. I'm cat sitting.
I took you to Santa Fe.
He took care of me, and me and you and Caden and Doug went to the parade. It was a really good time.
Unbuckle. Take the elevator up here in the clubhouse,
yes.
Go down to the first floor, and enter today's Dooley's Legends contest. As we're getting down to the final handful of them, as this contest goes all the way through the final week of the meet, and that'll start with that Monday, November 10th card. $100, free to sign up, first floor OTB. And again, if you're tuning in, watching us from somewhere across the country on this Columbus Day, horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. There it is, right there on your screen. Horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. If you're tuning in and watching wire to wire here on this holiday Monday.
Yes, all of our contests are free, and a reminder that this is the last month for Road to the Champions Day.
Let's get to, speaking of Champions Day, that is fast approaching, Saturday, October the 25th. First race post time will be at 11 o'clock, and you start looking at the lineup for Indiana Champions Day, not only racing-wise, I mean, terrific thoroughbred racing, the quarter horse portion of Indiana Champions Day, those purses, around right at the $1 million range. So this Indiana Champions Day, 6th annual program here on the 25th, always at the end of October. We had Hoosier Day kind of starting off this month, and it wraps up with a bang with Indiana Champions Day. But those quarter horse purses, especially for the big days, continue to just get bigger and bigger as we see off in the finals for some of these quarter horse dashes. Again, all thoroughbred card here today. And then you look, in addition to the racing action, cigar rolling station, magic mirror selfie station, food trucks, those winner's circle promotions where we give away T-shirts and the social media check-ins and whatnot, like we do during the quarter horse Saturdays. This is just going to be an absolutely outstanding day of racing.
It's going to be wonderful. 7 thoroughbred stakes, and then I think a handful of quarter horse. We're very much looking forward to it. Move the post up a little bit to accommodate all those races. 11 a.m. first start on Saturday, October 25th.
365 days a year, we always salute our veterans here at Horseshoe Indianapolis especially, but a big day coming up for all of you. Hope you can join us here if you're a veteran. That'll be a Tuesday, November 11th, a special card. Standard post time, 2:10, just like we kick off this week, by the way, all 2:10 cards today, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But as we salute all of our veterans each and every day, I hope to see you for your day with us here at the track in a special Legends Handicapping Contest. $2,500 there for that Veterans Day Legends Handicapping Contest, courtesy of our friends at the Indiana HBPA.
Yes, please join us. We're going to have some wonderful celebrity handicappers doing some pick fives to raise money. We're going to sell another one of those lawn jockeys on my social and on property here. There's a lot of great. I also believe I'm going to sell some blankets. Well, so I'm not going to sell everything. I want to save some stuff for this winter, so we have some fun, to hang on to this winter. But I am going to probably be auctioning off those as well, selling those as well. All proceeds will go to the homeless veterans downtown Indy. We visit them every year. It's a wonderful organization, so please feel free to donate anytime.
Yeah, that's why before I head down to the fairgrounds to call races there for the winter, I always check Rachel's office to see what swag she's got left.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to see it on social media sometime in January through March and go, how did I miss that saddle towel from one of the big races here at the Horseshoe Indianapolis racetrack that you all love, especially on Mondays as we start this race week. We thank our sponsors. We love our sponsors. Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradura, Breed Development, and Winner's Circle sponsor. That's Murphy Trailer Sales. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them. 765-361-8803. Murphy Trailer Sales, our terrific Winner's Circle sponsor, racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2025 as we go through the final weeks of the meet here, running through that November 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th stretch there, those final 4 days to wrap up the 2025 meet here. B&H Electric, they are the tote board and starting gate sponsor. They've got locations in town, also in Seymour and in Bloomington. They're on the web at bh-electric.com. And Indiana's Giant Hubler. If you live in town, you know all about them. Just go there, check out the trucks and the sticker prices. Mention that Racing Rachel sent you. Maybe even get a even better discount from our friends there. They've got locations in Shelbyville and that dealership in Franklin. DriveHubler.com. Social media wise, we've got you covered day in and day out. Well, whether it's mourning the loss of my Cubbies or celebrating the 5-1 Colts on social media at John G. Dooley. Racing Rachel, she's actually, I think she's on X right now as we speak.
Yeah, I'm trying to post some stuff.
There you go. Martha Clausen, not a part of the live broadcast today. John, why? Well, we have 8 thoroughbred races, but Martha will be along tomorrow to look at the final quarter horse dash of the day, as we always enjoy having Martha part of the broadcast crew here, and Brian Aragoni standing by, Mr. B Analyst, to talk all things early pick 5 with all of you tuning in here to Wire in just a sec. And track-wise, we also got you covered not only on X, but you can follow us on Instagram and also YouTube at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Half hour away from the first of the day. Beautiful one here at the track. We had Chris from WRTV6 join us.
Yes, it is a beautiful day. Very excited about the weather.
Fast and firm.
Yeah.
Turf
Can't wait to
set
see how B
at
handles
24
those pick 5s.
Yeah.
See if he can't hit another one.
You want to take? Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a commercial break?
Yeah.
And we'll come back with.
Let's do that. That's a great idea.
Okay. All right. Quick commercial break here on this Monday edition of Wire to Wire, says Rachel. So we'll do just that. Rachel says, let's take a commercial break. That's what we're going to do. Until next time, for Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley, we're done. Have fun. Bye for now. Where's the TikTok?
Where's the TikTok?
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Lights, camera, action for Block B here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, 28 minutes away from kicking off the racing week. Only 8 of them. No quarter horses on this Monday as we kick off the racing week, October 13th, but very fall-like weather. Thankful to be on that turf course. A huge shout-out to our crew, whether you're working on the main track or the turf course, keeping all of our equine athletes safe. But most notably, as a bettor and a degenerate, I appreciate being on the turf mid-October. Been racing on that turf course since beginning of April. Here we are 6 months later, still on the turf. Many tracks can't figure out their turf course to begin the meet, let alone run on it for 6 months and keep everyone safe. So cheers to our track crew and our racing office on getting us some full fields and some awesome betting opportunities. We try to take advantage of one of the best betting opportunities in the country, 11.99% takeout here in this early pick. 5 non-winners of 2 kicks us off. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance. Scratch numbers 2, Charming Talisman, out of this event in here. Looks like July 4th is going to take a lion's share of the action. Daddy's Dreamin' should get a great trip in this spot. Those are the 2 to kind of key in on. I did also use a horse for an upset candidate in Gospel Music. 1 for 10, Randy Klopp, our leading trainer, looking for win number 50 on the season with Joshua Romero aboard. Second start off the layoff, had a sneaky amount of trouble last time out. Comes in fresh, was withdrawn last time out. They didn't necessarily want to lose this horse on September 18th for $8,000. Many people off of a year-long layoff would have been in for a tag. I like that they were withdrawn. They are in for a tag today, but kind of ran evenly throughout, but had a troubled beginning. Should be tighter today. Second start off the layoff. Obviously, an Indiana bred coming back for only their second start in October isn't ideal, but gets a ton of class relief in here for Gospel Music. Is the upsetter in here. Otherwise, we're going to use the horses. Daddy's Dreamin'. Maybe that light bulb angle has gone on. Did break the maiden for maiden 15. Not only takes on winners for the first time, but the claiming price cut in half. I know we're later on in the season, one less condition, but I never loved that angle. Win for a certain price, come back for half that. Second start off the layoff for 514 Racing. And then July 4th, this is a horse who's run his race each and every time, her race each and every time. She's been consistent, but she doesn't often get the job done. We'll see how she looks on the track today, because this is a horse that I've also made notes of can get a little bit warm, can get a little bit washed. She was especially washed out back on May 15th. So that's how she runs. That's how she looks. She's run like that consistently, but it is a cool day. If you see July 4th a little bit warm, that's just how she is. 4, 5, and 6 in race number 1. Race number 2, $5,000 maiden claimers in here. Scratch number 1, better have cash. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance. My bookie routinely says better have cash, so I'm thankful that horse is out and I don't have to hear that on a Monday morning after some football this week. And congratulations to those Hoosiers, by the way, taking down Oregon. Very impressive, and then the Colts just continue to rock and roll. 3, 4, 6, and 8 as I am all over the board in this race and in this Block B session. Brouhaha 9-2 for Ray Paquette. Jose Gutierrez 0 for 9. This is a horse who last race Goth just kind of ran away and hit on the front end and did so very willingly. There's upside in there. Also Carmelietta 3-1 morning line. McKenna Anderson, John Hancock. Hancock's rolling out the stable today. I mean, he's got a lot of horses entered from the beginning to the end of this card. Turf to dirt, this is maybe the most intriguing one in here. Overall, just not a lot to love in this race. It is lower level maiden claiming ranks. I'd be lying if I said I felt overly bullish or confident. Keith DeSormo, Mitch Merle in here with the 3-year-old filly who's going to take a ton of action from Colonial. Horse makes sense. And then Global Tour. Claim for 15 was working out very willingly for the daughter of Maximum Security and for Gary and Mary West on debut August 21st. The workouts were great. The afternoon performances have been nothing short of terrible, and now they're in for 5,000. So make what you want of that. They're all at the lower level claiming ranks. This race is completely wide open, and the more horses I use, I can almost guarantee you that the favorite is likely to come home as we kick off the 15% takeout in race number 2. Race number 3, special weight event, scratch 2, 3, 10, and 11. 2, 3, 10, and 11. I did think long and hard about singling Governor Ron for Jane Elliott and Genevieve Landano. 0 for 7 with 4 second and third place finishes. Sibling is very quick, and this one hasn't really shown that quickness, but does stay on, kind of runs evenly. Ultimately, I decided to go 3 deep. Jose Casares, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Sir Xander, second time on the turf. That first turf try was no good, but has been in good form recently. Trying something for the second time is something I am always high on, regardless of what the breeding may suggest. I think there's upside with Sir Xander, along with Pork Is My Name, Mitch Merrill, Natasha Perez. 0 for 18. I'm just going to leave it at that. 0 for 18 is 0 for 11 on the turf. Always runs on. A lot of the replays look exactly the same. In a decent spot, makes up ground in the lane, but never a threat to win. Today could be the difference. It is the 13th here, October 13th. 13, a lucky number for some. Maybe 19, the lucky number for Porky Is My Name in race number 3. Race number 4, we kick off that late fire 5, and this is a special race. Scratch number 6. Not only do we have the fourth leg of the early pick 5, but the late fire 5, and I'm going to have a lot of fun at once because I'm going to know if this truly feels like work or if we're gambling today, because Contorted appears to be a live one for Tom Amos. Now, Tom Amos, he hasn't sent a ton of super live horses here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. He just hasn't. 15 starts. He's got 1 win to show for it. Many of them have been in the money, 5 in the money finishes from those 15 starts, but I actually think Contorted is a good one that's going to come here with a purpose of winning. You draw a line through that last race up at Saratoga. They thought this horse was good enough not only to run on Oaks Day, back on May 2nd, went off at 12-1. Then they went up to Saratoga as well. They've always thought highly of this $325,000 purchase. Hasn't panned out, but is working very well over at Churchill Downs. And Greenwell Thoroughbreds, I'm not familiar with them. They're fairly new to Tom Amos, I believe. They've got 9 starts. 4 of them have won. 5 for 9 in the money and a 44% win rate. I'm sure Greenwell Thoroughbreds is plenty happy with Tom Amos, and they're going to be very happy, as am I, when this single comes home to score. I expect this horse to be odds on. Follow the tote board. I will be singling in both the early and the late fire 5. I think Contorted is the real deal in here and looking for a big performance. If not, we're going to be eating ramen for the next week or two at the Aragoni household. Race number 5, 1 mile on the turf, scratch 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, and number 6. Quite a few scratches out of this 5th race, kicking off that Itoba pick 4, 1 mile the distance in here. A lot of different directions that you could go. I'm sure many people that are uncomfortable singling Contorted are going to land on Great Sword, Brendan Walsh, Evan Roman. I mean, Walsh just continues to win. At Keeneland all weekend, he was winning left and right. Evan Roman hops off the 1 to ride Great Sword. But I'm going to try the other Brandon Walsh trainee in here. He enters in 2 for Godolphin. I mean, I know the 4 is owned by Qatar Racing. What a big ownership group that is. But how about the Silks of Godolphin? And I'm always going to be paying attention to the higher the 2 in the wagering. 15-1 versus probably 3-5 in this spot. Snowdrift has an advantage of being here. Has an excuse from August 25th in which they were off very slowly. Last race, I can't give you much of an excuse. Just never picked up the feet. Edgar Morales gets back aboard. He's been sneaky good with all of the trainers, but especially with Brendan Walsh, not only here, but also in Louisville as well. Great Sword, probably the horse to beat, but exits a 9-furlong race, now sharpening up to a mile. I'm not sure if someone gets away on the front end or gets away with a little bit of a loose lead. Great Sword is a horse they paid $90,000 and debuted $30,000 for. Make what you want of that. There's also some other sneaky candidates in here. Max the Butler, 20-1 morning line, probably going to be upwards of 30 or 40-1 when it's all said and done. For Brian Williamson, you get Rocco in the saddle today. This 4-year-old colt missed the start completely from the inside rail. Mitch Merle did a great job. He could have easily wrapped up and said there was better days ahead for this 4-year-old, but he gave this horse a good experience. Got down to the rail, was behind horses, closed into it very well, and I think, despite what the breeding may suggest, being by heart-to-heart out of Levita number 9, this horse might be better around 2 turns. I think there's plenty of upside. It's a sneaky drop in class from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming as well. I think Max the Butler could be a key to bringing home a wheelbarrow of cash. And if someone's alive, with this horse coming home at 40-1, just know that yours truly is going to be a very happy man, because I am using this on both my early pick 5 and my late fire 5 with Max the Butler at 20-1. Everyone else is going to be piling into the 4. I think there's upside with Max the Butler, and then No Polly Joe could be any sort as well for Ignacio Correa 0 for 9, but a horse with experience here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, trying our turf for the second time. Declan Cannon, he and his agent have done an awesome job. When they come to Shelbyville, they come to get the money. They're winning at 28%. They're even better in the money as well. No Polly Joe is a horse that I would follow the tote board. 5-1, hasn't been seen since August. Should be fresh, gets back on a turf course for the second time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and there's a sneaky suspicion that that horse could be live, and I would follow the tote board to see if that suspicion is accurate. While everyone is going to be piled on to Great Sword, there's a couple of other horses you might want to take a look at. 1, 3, and 8 are going to be separators, as everyone else is hoping for Great Sword to come home as their single with Qatar Racing. But we've got an awesome day of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. No rest for the weary. Santa Anita all weekend, Keeneland all weekend, Belmont at Aqueduct. How about Horseshoe Indianapolis on a Monday? One of the main players into the game with some big fields, low takeout, and excellent opportunities. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, and best of luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today as we start this race week. Under partly cloudy skies, temperatures in the upper 70s. Main track fast, turf course firm. Out there on that Caesars course, that portable rail set at 24 feet, fast and firm. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. 8 races, all thoroughbred card. And in the first, scratch number 2, Charming Talisman. Number 2, Charming Talisman has been scratched. There are no jockey changes. Some weight corrections. 1, Lily Rose Express. Note, Jose Gutierrez now claims a 5-pound apprentice allowance with 41 career victories. Lily Rose Express corrected weight, single bug, 117. Number 7, Calcolery, add 2 pounds to the program weight. And number 8, Mi Caprosciuta, 2 pounds over at the top of the card. In the second race, maiden sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Here's scratch number 1, Better Have Cash. Number 1, Better Have Cash has been scratched. Number 3, Brouhaha. That weight correction, single bug, 120. Jose Gutierrez again now claims the 5 pounds. And number 6, Madame Markevich. The ownership is Thoroughbred Acadiana LLC of J. Keith DeSormo. Thoroughbred Acadiana LLC, the lone owner of record. That's a correction for the ownership of the 6, Madame Markevich. On to the third we go. First of those carded for the turf course. Here in the maiden, scratch number 2, Very. 3 Deepness. Scratch the 10 Orland, and number 11 Got a Notion to Drink. Scratch the 2, 3, 10, and the number 11. A Carthage Cruiser, corrected weight, single bug, 117. Turning to the fourth, here in the maiden sprint, start to the 50-cent late pick 5. Number 6, Dynamite, has been scratched. Scratch number 6, Dynamite. Number 4, Foolish Front Fifi, again corrected weight, single bug, 120. Race 5, start here the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3, covering races 5, 7, and 8. And also the first leg of the $1 Late Pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Here, scratch the 6, Discerning Spirit. Take out the 10, El Maximo. And scratch the 13, Grand Kingdom, the 14, Bernadette, 15, Fox Creek, and the 16, Bonafide. Scratch the 6, 10, 13 through the number 16, all have been scratched. Number 11, Weekend Reveille, the jockey Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott, that jockey change for number 11, Weekend Reveille. Number 7, Mordecai, again correct the weight, single bug, 117. In the 6th race sprint, scratch number 4, Sir Pistolero. Number 4, Sir Pistolero has been scratched. 8, Manuelito, corrected weight again, single bug, 114. In the 7th race, maiden turf sprint, here scratch the also eligibles. 13, Lori Beth, 14, Circling, 15, Velveteen, and the 16, High Breeze. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 through the number 16, all have been scratched. Number 1, Ume, the jockey Andres Calleja. So a jockey change for the 9-race maiden. Andres Calleja rides number 1, Ume. Number 2, Miss Candy, corrected weight, single bug, 117, as Jose Gutierrez again, with 41 career victories, claims the 5 pounds now. Number 3, Safira, should be listed in your program. First time Lasix, that designation L1. So it's L1, first time Lasix, for number 3, Safira. Also note number 11, Kazia Prime. It's listed in your program. She's also first time Lasix, number 11. And race 8 to close out the card, due at 5:47. Starter turf. Here, scratch the number 4, Debt Paid. 13, Nip and Tuck. The 14, Mike Calante. Scratch the 15, Epimethium, and take out the 16, Pierce Elevated. Scratch the 4, 13 through the number 16, all have been scratched. 3, Leave It to Kitten. Once again, correct the weight, single bug, 117. Partly cloudy. Beautiful day here to start the race week, temperature-wise, in the upper 70s. Main track is fast, turf course, rated firm. 4 of the 8 carded for that Caesars course. And we start the week with the portable rail at 24 feet. Horses in the walking ring for the Phillies sprint opener. Kicks off the 50-cent early pick 5. The pick 5s here feature the low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here all season long. Post time 2:10. That's 9 minutes away. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Kicking off the card with a filly sprint over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Number 2, Charming Talisman has been scratched. Scratch the 2, Charming Talisman. 1, Lily Rose Express, once again, Jose Gutierrez. Now claims a 5-pound apprentice allowance with 41 career wins. Number 1, Lily Rose Express, corrected weight, and throughout the card, single bug 117 here. 5-pound apprentice allowance claimed by Jose Gutierrez. Race 1, Philly Sprint features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts to the 50-cent early pick 5. Fast and firm. Close to starting time. Get your wagers in. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Philly Sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Fast and firm. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Lily Rose Express, Jose Gutierrez claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance with 41 career wins. Mitchell Martle with Daddy's Dreamin'. Now Joe Ramos with Keen Annie. Keen Annie going in. Joseph Romero with Gospel Music. Like Keen Annie, both for leading trainer Randy Klopp with 49 wins here this season. The all-maroon cap of Gospel Music. Now Samuel Bermudez with July 4. Going in here on the holiday, just a couple in the back. Alex Ishard with Cal Collery. Right now, Cal Collery 2-1 favorite. At 5.5 furlongs and one more. Ronnie Prescott with Me Caprosciuta. Coming up, Me Caprosciuta. Main track fast under sunny skies on Columbus Day. They're in the gate. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for July 4. Gospel Music is right there with an early bid. Cal Collery is up close, and Me Caprosciuta, another filly that's on the speed. It's Cal Collery. Cal Collery and Gospel Music, they're right together. Dashing past the half-mile pole. July 4 and the black cap is in tight, running in third by 2. There comes Me Caprosciuta next in fourth. Daddy's Dreamin' on the far outside. Keen Annie and Lily Rose Express trails here in the Monday opener. 3 furlongs to go and the battle ensues. The quarter 22.55 seconds. Gospel Music and Cal Collery. They take this confrontation toward the quarter pole, where Cal Collery narrowly leads Gospel Music as these fillies straighten away. 3 clear from July 4. Me Caprosciuta trying to gain ground on the extreme outside. And Keen Annie is also closing in. Lily Rose Express and Daddy's Dreamin' is last. They're well into the stretch. And nearest the inside, it's Gospel Music. And Cal Collery is right there in for the fight. 1 furlong to go, and Keen Annie is picking them up now for Joe Ramos. And here's Keen Annie, who sweeps to the lead past the 16th from Cal Collery, and Gospel Music was dueled into defeat. It's Keen Annie. Keen Annie gets the result by 2 from Lily Rose Express. Then Cal Collery, Gospel Music, and Me Caprosciuta. .106.96 after the Phillies sprint. 106.96. 3.176, number 3. Keen Annie at 27-1 first. Number 1, Lily Rose Express. At 6-1 was the runner-up. Number 7, Cal Collery. At 8-5, the first favorite runs third. And the 6, Gospel Music at 10-1 fourth. 106.96. Keen Annie, Joe Ramos. For the meet leading trainer, Randy Klopp, makes it a half century for the season. 50th win of the meet. Keen Annie on the holiday at 27-1. Hello. The result of the first race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 3. Upset-minded Keen Annie with Joe Ramos. Keen Annie is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Keen Ice. Out of Silver Buttons. Owned by Roger Speece, Speece Stable LLC, and Randy Klopp, scoring his meet-leading 50th win of the season. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Keen Annie, the $57.40 winner of the Philly Sprint. First results in. 3-1 exacta paid $281.20. 50-cent trifecta, 317, $410.30. With gospel music fourth, the 10-cent superfecta, 3176 returned $606.90. In the sprint, the 2 was a non-runner, favored third, 7 ran, fast track 106.96. 21 minutes away, race 2. In the maiden dash, scratch the 1 better half cash. Number 1 better half cash has been scratched. 3 Brouhaha. Corrected weight, single bug 120. Once again, Jose Gutierrez now claims a 5-pound apprentice allowance. Corrected weight here, single bug 120. And number 6, Madame Markevich. The ownership is Thoroughbred Acadiana LLC of J. Keith DeSormo. Thoroughbred Acadiana LLC of the trainer, the lone owner of record for number 6, Madame Markevich. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Maiden sprint starts the $1 early pick 4 off fast and firm. Post time will be at 2:43 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers on this Columbus Day early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the Philly Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Keen Annie. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for July 4. Gospel music is right there with an early bid. Calcolery is up close, and Meet Caprasciuta, another filly that's on the speed. It's Calcolery. Calcolery and Gospel music, they're right together. Dashing past the half-mile pole. July 4, and the black cap is in tight, running in third by 2. There comes Meet Caprasciuta next in fourth. Daddy's Dreamin' on the far outside. Keen Annie and Lily Rose Express trails here in the Monday opener. 3 furlongs to go, and the battle ensues. The quarter, 22.55 seconds. Gospel music and Calcolery. They take this confrontation toward the quarter pole, where Calcolery narrowly leads Gospel music as these fillies straighten away. 3 clear from July 4. Meet Caprasciuta trying to gain ground on the extreme outside. And Keen Annie is also closing in. Lily Rose Express and Daddy's Dreamin' is last. They're well into the stretch. And nearest the inside, it's Gospel music. And Calcolery is right there in for the fight. 1 furlong to go, and Keen Annie is picking them up now for Joe Ramos. And here is Keen Annie, who sweeps to the lead past the 16th from Calcolery, and Gospel music was dueled into defeat. It's Keen Annie. Keen Annie gets the result by 2 from Lily Rose Express. Then Calcolery, Gospel music, and Meet Caprasciuta.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
Thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Well, we're kicking off the day with a $50 horse, 27-1, there to win the opener. Definitely a nice way to start the day if you had that one. We're going to move on to the second race for just 9 minutes to post and a maiden claiming for 5,000. Scratch the 1 out of here. Better have cash, leaving us 7 betting interests. And I'm going to go with the 3 here on the class drop. A lot of these, that's the case. But also, I was just on FanDuel TV and they asked me, what is your kind of bet of the day? And I said, I'm going with Brouhaha in the next race. Typically this is just a hunch play, but there are some good, obviously, things going on it. But I love the name and I love the owner and trainer. Been a member of Indiana Racing for years, Raymond Paquette. Ray puts the Bug Boy up today. And congratulations to Jose Gutierrez, who got his 40th win last Thursday. So now he's a 5-pound bug. He was in maiden claiming for, this filly has been in maiden claiming for 12.5, but she has been down to a nickel back in June, and she was 3rd. She just hasn't done much, but I think she's got it switched up again. 18% down plus 2+ classes. She's been knocking on the door. She got a lot of trouble and was DQ'd. There was a DQ and she got moved up just a little bit. So it just seems like she gets pressed. She has an awkward start. She kind of drops back. She hasn't gotten the best trips. And last time was on the slop. She did catch a couple of off tracks on the June 7th try and the July 16th. So it's a gorgeous day. She looks calm. She looks wonderful. Ray looks ready to go. So I'm going to go with Brouhaha on top. If I jinx him, I'm sorry, Ray, I love you. Madam Markskovich. Keith DeSormo is the trainer of the 3-year-old filly, who is the 6-5 favorite here. Mitchell Merle on top in the irons here and hasn't ridden this one yet. So interested to see what the jockey change will do today for the Madame. She's dropping in class 2 from 12.5 to 5, and she definitely has ran better races last year. She maybe showed a little bit of form, but she only ran twice this year. July 25th, didn't do much, but a couple of the horses in there, the 1st and 3rd place finishes, came back to win their next out. So that was a tough one. And then last time she caught the slop at Colonial. She's back here in Indiana and she's dropping down in class. Again, I'm pretty excited that Mitchell got them out there. And then I'm going to go to the 8, 9-1. Santo Sandra aboard for Tony Cunningham. This is a 3-year-old filly who's making her 3rd lifetime start. She was bred by Gary and Mary West. She's owned by Bill Collins, and she's also dropping down in class. A big drop for her. Maiden claiming for 25. That's Tony there, the trainer, who's loving on her, keeping her calm and chill in the paddock. He's a wonderful horseman, can train just about anything, quarter horse, thoroughbred, and she's not done much at all, but again, big drop down in class. She tried 6 furlongs on the dirt and was claimed from them by Tony, and then Tony ran her September 3rd, tried her long, tried her on the turf. She hated that even more. I think she's getting back, to where she will improve. That was a debut run. You can't judge anything on a debut run. I bet she might just be, one of those fillies that's got to come into her own a little bit. But you see Santos Sandra there getting the direction from Tony. He's also, I think, a very underrated, talented jockey. 3, 6, 8 for me. I'm throwing Global Tour in for my trifecta. But on top, Brouhaha. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. Here the maiden distaff sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 8. Scratch 1, Better Have Cash. Number 1, Better Have Cash has been scratched. 3, Brouhaha. Corrected weight, single bug 120. Jose Gutierrez now claims the 5. 6, Madame Markevich. The ownership, Thoroughbred Acadiana LLC of Keith DeSormo. Thoroughbred Acadiana LLC. The lone ownership of record for the 6, Madame Markevich. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the 50-cent, the $1 early pick 4 with a $1 minimum. Fast and firm, 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 early pick 4. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Sophie Doyle with Summer Addy. Alberto Burgos with Vivi's in front. Joined Summer Addy. Brouhaha. Jose Gutierrez claims the 5-pound allowance. Mitchell Morrow with Madame Markevich. Joseph Romero, final note, taking her position now in the starting gate. Just a couple of back. McKenna Anderson now with Carmelieta. At 5.5 furlongs. So stand by. One more for this maiden distaff sprint. Santo Sanjor with Global Tour. On the class drop. All in line. And they're off. Global Tour stumbled at the start, it appeared, and has dropped back to last Global Tour. Fast start for Summer Addy, and right there is Brouhaha with this early bid now for Jose Gutierrez to take the lead. It's Brouhaha. Right there is Summer Addy at her heels. Striding up is Final Note, and Madame Markevich is right there too at the 3.5. Summer Addy's now running in fourth by 2. That comes Carmelieta in the white helmet, joined out wide by Vivi's in front, and poor starting. Global Tour has dropped back to last. The opening quarter, 22.72 coming toward the quarter pole. It's Brouhaha. Brouhaha spears them. It's Brouhaha who's in front here of Final Note, who's staying close there with Brouhaha and Madame Markevich in range. And on the outside is Global Tour, and she's now picking up as they straighten away. Here's Global Tour. She was last from the gate, and she's coming with a strong sweep. Global Tour right there toward the inside. Madame Markevich with Brouhaha in between horses. And Final Note is dropped back. It's Global Tour with Santo Sanjor, and how much the best was she? The daughter of Maximum Security. Global Tour just pouring it on. She broke poor, but she finishes on top by a half dozen lengths from Carmelieta. Vivi's in front third. Brouhaha back in fourth. .106.21 after the maiden distaff. 106.21, 8.4538. Global Tour rallies home at 7-1. Global Tour first. Number 4, Carmelieta. 7-2 on the runner-up. Number 5, Vivi's in front at 8 to 1/3 in her 12th career start. And 3, Brouhaha, 5-2 fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Overcoming adversity at the start. Global Tour. Santo Sanjor for Tony Cunningham. William Collins, daughter of Maximum Security, down in class to win at 7-1. Race 2 official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 8, Global Tour with Santos Anjor. Global Tour is a 3-year-old bay filly by Maximum Security out of the Tisnow mare Pussyfoot. There's Tony Cunningham, trains for owner William F. Collins. Third time was the charm. The class drop helped too. Global Tour, graduation day. Results in after race 2. Maiden Distaff Sprint, 8-4-5-3 official. Exacta $84 even. 50-cent trifecta, $156.10. 3 and 8, the opening double. 3-8 double combining Keen Annie with Global Tour, $423 even. Brouhaha was fourth. 10-cent superfecta paid $105.80. 106.21. Race 3, the first of 4 today, carded for the turf course. Course is firm and out there on that Caesars course. Portable rail set at 24 feet to start the week. Scratch here the 2 Very. 3 Deepness. Take out 10 Orland and scratch the 11. Got a Notion to Drink. Scratch the 2-3, the 10, and the main track only entered number 11. Number 8 Carthage Cruiser. Once again a weight correction there. Single bug 117. Jose Gutierrez, as we've noted, claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance now going forward. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Post time will be in 22 minutes at 3:15. There was a claim from the second race. Maiden Distaff Sprint number 4, Carmelieta. The runner-up over to John Harron. Claimed Carmelieta. Ran second and was claimed for the 5K. And they're off. Global Tour stumbled at the start, it appeared, and has dropped back to last Global Tour. Fast start for Summer Addy, and right there is Brouhaha. With this early bid now for Jose Gutierrez to take the lead, it's Brouhaha. Right there is Summer Addy at her heels. Striding up is Final Note, and Madame Markevich is right there too at the 3.5. Summer Addy's now running in fourth by 2. Then comes Carmelieta in the white helmet, joined out wide by Vivi's in front, and poor starting. Global Tour has dropped back to last. The opening quarter, 22.72 coming toward the quarter pole. It's Brouhaha. Brouhaha spears them. It's Brouhaha who's in front here of Final Note, who's staying close there with Brouhaha and Madame Markevich in range. And on the outside is Global Tour, and she's now picking up as they straighten away. Here's Global Tour. She was last from the gate, and she's coming with a strong sweep, Global Tour. Right there toward the inside, Madame Markevich with Brouhaha in between horses. And Final Note is dropped back. It's Global Tour with Santos Anjor, and how much the best was she? The daughter of Maximum Security. Global Tour just pouring it on. She broke poor, but she finishes on top by a half dozen legs from Carmelieta. Vivi's in front third. Brouhaha back in fourth.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to AI Allen segment. I haven't even asked him today. We had a racing meeting this morning, and it was all I could do to get my own notes. So this is going to be a surprise. And I did learn last time, so every time we've done this, I've gone on my iPad and searched what he was going to say, obviously, to prepare for the segment. Last time I realized that if you haven't already typed in something about race 3 in your laptop, he will not know what you're talking about. We learned that the hard way last time. I'm not going to make that mistake today. We're going to talk about this third race, and nice payout on the early double, $423 there. Let's roll it into this race. We're going to go over to the grass on a maiden special weight. They're going a mile in at 16th, and this is Indiana Sire. Now the 2 and the 3 are out, and the outside horses, 10 and 11, which were one was an MTO and the other 10 wasn't. So this is a pretty nice race, and I'm going to go 5-6-1, but I think I'm going to also kind of focus on AI Allen's selection. So let's ask him what his thoughts are on race 3 today. What are your thoughts on race 3 at Horseshoe Indy? There. Always say the race and the track, even though this was made specifically for us. I've realized that you do have to tell him. So love this live look that we've got. And then if you wait for a second, like he'll bring up all the spotlight numbers and everything, but then he goes into depth after that. And then you have some prompts here. What strategies should I consider for betting this race? Can you compare picks for the horses? So he's going to go 5-6-7 in here, and I went 5-6-1. So that lines up pretty well. I'll go ahead and start with Sir Xander. 3-1 on the morning line right now, 7-2 on the tote board. Marcelino Pedroza is aboard for Jose Cazares, a 4-year-old gelding who has been in the money 4 of his 7 attempts. So he's definitely got form. AI Allen says this gelding has the highest early pace rating of 87, meaning he's quick out of the gate. With a morning line of 5-2, he's one of the favorites. He's been showing consistent performance, placing 3rd in his last race at a mile. Today we're going a mile and a 16th here today, and he has raced at a mile and a 16th. And honestly, I thought that was one of his best races. He was nosed out on the slop, but you kind of got to remember that the slop is a little different. It's speed favoring. I don't like to judge a horse's performance on a performance off of the slop. So that race on May 29th was really nice with Flacco aboard, second by 2 in there. So he looks really good in the paddock as well, and he is still 7-2. Let's go to the 6, who's the current favorite at 2-1, and that is Governor Ron. I have the exact same exacta as Allen, so let's look at this horse who has Jane Elliott in the irons for Genevieve Londano, a 4-year-old gelding who also has been in the money 4 times of 7, 1 second and 3 thirds. Has put some nice figures on turf, finished 3rd last time versus similar, and took a little, obviously hadn't raced since last September and came out, and I think that's why this horse kind of got ignored, was 13-1, but came back at a mile on the turf here, and right out of the bat a year off was 3rd. So this horse is going to be tough. AI Allen says another strong contender. He has a balanced approach with a good mix of early and late pace ratings. Governor Ron finished 3rd in his last outing, making him a solid choice. Then let's go ahead and go to his 7, if that's okay with you, Aaron, and I will talk about my 1 after. I think we're going to have time. Porky Is My Name is his top selection. Porky Is My Name gets Mr. Bet Mitch Get Rich, Mitchell Merle, aboard for my girl Natasha Perez. Her daughter there, Hannah, is the groom for this horse. And another excellent horsewoman. This family is just full of excellent horsewomen, I'll tell you. Tasha's mom, Julie Veltman, was a quarter horse jockey for many, many years. Then Tasha was a quarter horse jockey. Hannah runs barrels and helps her mom with the horses. Grew up at the track, so just a wonderful family. I love seeing Mitchell on this horse, and they were close with Mitchell aboard last time. 3rd, only bleeding a little over a length on the grass routing. AI Allen says this gelding is a closer, meaning he likes to come from behind with a late pace rating of 72. He could be a surprise if the leader tires out. So now, I like always he gives the selections, then he gives like a little overview. So he says, how might this race unfold right here if the pace is quick from the start? So it's just really, really good insight to get that. We worked with DRF to kind of come up with this idea of AI, and I love once a day doing that. So the one here is who I threw in. We're showing Bigly Huge from Tiana Richardville's barn. Should offer improvement off a little bit of a layoff, but AI Allen's selections in this race, look at him go. 5, 6, 7. You know what I just realized? He's like a combination of John and Eric with the glasses and like the animation. I love this. He's going to go with Sir Xander, and so am I. Jockeys are getting the leg up. Horses are heading to the track for the 3rd. Good luck. That is so fun.
The horses call postward now for the 3rd race. It's the first of 4 today on the turf course, rated firm. Turf rail set at 24 feet. Here a field of 7 for the maiden, or the mile and a 16th. Scratch 2 Very, 3 Deepness. Take out 10 Orland, and Scratch 11 got a notion to drink. Scratch 2, 3, 10, and the number 11. Number 8 Carthage Cruiser once again. Corrected weight single bug 117. Jose Gutierrez again now claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. The 2, 3, 10, and the number 11 are the non-runners. Course firm, 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute to the turf. For the first of 4 times here today, crossing over to the turf course. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Joel Alborno's Dewey Oxberger, the first to move in. Hannah Leahy with Bigly Huge. Joins Dewey Oxberger. Now Governor Ron, Jane Elliott for Genevieve Londano. Mitchell Merle with Porky Is My Name going in. Marcelino Pethosa Jr. partners Sir Xander. 6-5 favorite, Sir Xander. Over the mile and a 16th. Now Jose Gutierrez with Carthage Cruiser. Keen Annie and Global Tour, our first 2 main track winners. One more, Joseph Romero with Me Sargento. It's the first of 4 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the turf course, firm, around 24 feet. And here's Me Sargento. Given a 10-1 chance. Right now, Sir Xander, 3-2 favorite. Me Sargento has gone all in. Ready, set, they're off. Sir Xander, sharp away from the starting gate for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Right there is Dewey Oxberger in the navy cap. Then comes Governor Ron, third close up from Bigly Huge, Porky Is My Name, Carthage Cruiser, and Me Sargento, while settled back by Joseph Romero, has dropped back to last. The leader is Sir Xander. Sir Xander dictates terms to a close-up Governor Ron, who's right there in the purple jacket for Jane Elliott. As Sir Xander leads out to the stretch. Porky Is My Name is racing on the outside of rivals, and to the inside is Dewey Oxberger, and Carthage Cruiser in the white helmet is wide. As these leaders go to the back of this firm course, and then Bigly Huge in the orange sleeves, and Me Sargento remains last, a quarter 23.05 seconds now. Going up the back, it's Sir Xander. Nice and easily out here for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Sir Xander leads Governor Ron by 3. After a length, Porky Is My Name, trying to draw in now from third for Mitchell Merle. And to the inside, saving ground is Dewey Oxberger in fourth, inside a half mile to go. That goes Bigly Huge with Carthage Cruiser, and Me Sargento still trails the maiden turf. Half mile for Sir Xander, 47.80 seconds. They go to the far turn that way. Serzander continues to lead, tracking Governor Ron. Porky is my name. Dewey Oxberger. Now Mi Sargento is picking up on the far outside from out of last as Mi Sargento has come past Carthage Cruiser and Bigley Huge Trails. Now on the edge of the quarter pole. And here's Governor Ron. Governor Ron sweeping after Serzander for Jane Elliott. And it's Governor Ron going for home. 3/4, 1 minute 12.92 seconds. Governor Ron leads down toward the last and has amassed a 4-length lead. Serzander trying to stay on from Porky is my name. Dewey Oxberger toward the inside, and on the outside Carthage Cruiser as they come inside the final half furlong with Jane Elliott. It's Governor Ron kept to the task and holding sway near home. Governor Ron. Governor Ron gets the result by 3.5 from Porky is my name. Then Carthage Cruiser and Dewey Oxberger was next. .144.64 after the maiden turf. 6.784 the unofficial run order to race 3. First number 6, Governor Ron at 6-5. Number 7, Porky is my name at 3-1 was second. Number 8, Carthage Cruiser, 50-1 third. And at 18-1 the 4, Dewey Oxberger runs fourth. 144.64, Jane Elliott. Partner Governor Ron, the son of General A-Rod, off the mark in his 8th run. Genevieve Londano trains. For Charlie Hancock, it's Governor Ron, the favorite, at 6-5. Result official. Result confirmed by the judges. 6-7-8-4. Governor Ron has beaten home. Porky is my name. Carthage Cruiser. Dewey Oxberger, 4th official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 6, Governor Ron, with Jane Elliott. Governor Ron is a 4-year-old big gelding by General A-Rod. Out of the Vibank mare, challenge accepted. Racing for Charlie Hancock and Genevieve Londano. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Governor Ron out to the maiden ranks. The 6-7 exacta paid $12 even. 50-cent trifecta, 6-7-8, $75.55. 8-6 double paid $46.40. The first pick 3 on the card, 50-cent pick 3, returned $280. 35 cents, combining Keen Annie with Global Tour with Governor Ron, capped off the pick 3. The 10-cent Superfecta, $64.27. Dewey Oxberger ran fourth in the maiden. The 2, 3, 10, and 11 were the non-starters. Favorite first, 7 ran. Course firm, 144.64. 21 minutes away, race 4 maiden sprint. Scratch number 6, Dynamite. Number 6, Dynamite, has been scratched. No rider changes. Number 4, Foolish Front Fifi, corrected weight, single bug, 120. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent late pick 5. On a fast and firm holiday here, post time at 3:47. Ready, set, they're off. Sir Xander, sharp away from the starting gate for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Right there is Dewey Oxberger in the Navy cap. Then comes Governor Ron third close up from Bigly Huge, Porky is my name, Carthage Cruiser, and Me Sargento, while settled back by Joseph Romero, has dropped back to last. The leader is Sir Xander. Sir Xander dictates terms to a close-up Governor Ron, who's right there in the purple jacket for Jane Elliott. As Sir Xander leads out to the stretch. Porky is my name, is racing on the outside of rivals, and to the inside is Dewey Oxberger, and Carthage Cruiser in the white helmet is wide. As these leaders go to the back of this firm course, and then Bigly Huge with the orange sleeves, and Me Sargento remains last, a quarter 23.05 seconds now. Going up the back, it's Sir Xander. Nice and easily out here for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Sir Xander leads Governor Ron by 3. After a length, Porky is my name, trying to draw in now from third for Mitchell Murrell, and to the inside, saving ground is Dewey Oxberger in fourth, inside a half mile to go. That goes Bigly Huge with Carthage Cruiser, and Me Sargento still trails the maiden turf. Half mile for Sir Xander, 47.80 seconds. They go to the far turn that way. Sir Xander continues to lead, tracking Governor Ron. Porky is my name, Dewey Oxberger. Now Me Sargento is picking up on the far outside from out of last as Me Sargento has come past Carthage Cruiser and Bigly Huge trails. Now on the edge of the quarter pole. And here's Governor Ron. Governor Ron sweeping after Sir Xander for Jane Elliott. And it's Governor Ron going for home. 3/4, 1 minute 12.92 seconds. Governor Ron leads down toward the last and has amassed a 4-length lead. Sir Xander trying to stay on from Porky is my name, Dewey Oxberger toward the inside, and on the outside Carthage Cruiser as they come inside the final half furlong with Jane Elliott. It's Governor Ron kept to the task and holding sway near home. Governor Ron. Governor Ron gets the result by 3.5 from Porky is my name. Then Carthage Cruiser and Dewey Oxberger was next.
9 minutes to the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This does kick off the late Big 5, ladies and gentlemen. 11.99% takeout. The scratch is 6 out of here, so we still got 7. You know, this is a really nice maiden, but it's an interesting one because there's horses coming from other tracks, horses who have tried many times. I'm shocked that they haven't dropped these horses down yet, but some of them. But I think there's a couple that are getting easier. I'm gonna go with the favorite though in here. We broke our streak in the third race. There's some big upsets in the first two, but that ended last time. Let's see what happens in here. I just think that the 5 Contorted looks too good on paper, coming out of $100,000 race at Saratoga back on August 2nd. You can just kind of draw a line through that, eased off the track. That was a very tough race. It was a field of 10, one of the bigger fields that he's been in. I'm sorry, this filly has been in. Tom had a couple today. I think the other one scratched, but Tom Amos, like John said earlier, 6-time leading trainer here. He's just a wonderful horseman and really a stand-up guy. Taught me a lot and is just so nice and helpful with everything that you need. Glad to see him back here. He's got this 3-year-old filly by Distorted Humor, Princess Ash, the dam by Indian Charlie, Windstar Farm, wonderful connections. This one's owned by Greenwell Thoroughbreds. Gets Marcelino Pedroza. Marcelino rides really well for Tom. Tom is one of those trainers. He told me specifically back when he was here, look, if I tell you to ride a race a certain way and you lose, that's fine. It's on me. But don't go out there and do the complete opposite, even if you win and you do it the way I told you not to. I don't like that. Marcelino's not that kind of guy. Marcelino is a very smart rider. He's a very patient rider, and I think that's what this guy needs, or this girl needs. So I'm very excited for her to come here, get the class relief. She was close with Edgar Morales back in March at Fairgrounds, but this is just going to be the easiest she's ever been in. She looks great too. She's moving very nicely. Got a nice little swagger about her. I love the head bob. You can tell she feels good. She's slick. She's perfect physically. So Contorted is who I'm going to go with on top. And then the 2, Laney. Mitchell Merle's aboard for Ian Wilkes. I said today during the show, again with John, to bring that up. I just think that Ian's got some nice ones. He had a good long shot yesterday with one of Fernando's wins. He had a triple on the card. But Mitchell up for this 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief. You know, the best, one of the best sires out there. And then a Street Sense Dam. This is another one with just such nice connections. Bakari Racing, 6-column stable. This one was second last time. Put up a 70 with Mitch up. And also a nice work, October 3rd, 4 furlongs, 40-1 breezing. And then I'm going to round it out with the 3. The 2, 4-1. The 3, 6-1. Adeline. Oh gosh, that 2 looks really good. Did you see that too? Just 2 people holding them necks straight up. You look like a dragon. Adeline is who I'm going to go with next, as I said. Marcelino Salas is the trainer for this 4-year-old filly by Gunrunner. So much good breeding here. Dam is Sweet on Smoky, which is a successful appeal breeder is the Gunrunner Syndicate and BB Horses. So just very nice. Double R Racing Stables. Hey, that's what Joe Morris calls me, Double R. I do not own this one, but this one put up a nice speed rating last time. Has been in the mid-70s a couple of times, and they've been close, a second and a third for her, but she's definitely got that early lick about her. She'll be right there half off the pace, I'm sure, which will probably help her. A feisty little redhead there, Chestnut, as Sammy B is about to leg up and head to the track for this 4th race. There's 5 minutes to post. I've got 5, 2, 3 here. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the fourth race. Maiden filly sprint here over the 6. A field of 7. Take out the 6, Dynamite. Number 6, Dynamite, has been scratched. The 4, Foolish Front Fifi, corrected weight, single bug, 120. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3, start here the 50-cent, late pick 5, Fast and Firm. Round about 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start here the 50-cent, late pick 5. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Ready to load for this maiden filly sprint. First up, Clay Basket, Santo Sanjor won our seconds of the day. Jose Gutierrez with Foolish Front Fifi comes up to join Clay Basket. Now Marcelino Pathosa Jr. Contorted drew 5. Laney Adeline, Fun's Little Sis leading jockey Fernando Letta Cruz with 96 wins here this season. Here's the gray newcomer Fun's Little Sis. Right now Contorted, the 4-5 favorite at 6 furlongs. And School Spirit, they're in the gate. And they're off. Adeline broke fast. Here comes an early charge from on the outside. Fun's Little Sis, along with Contorted. School Spirit takes back through the field as they go up the back. It's Adeline for Simmer Bermudez. Adeline just leads toward the inside in front of Foolish Front Fifi between horses. First run since Saratoga for Contorted, who's third on the outside by 2. The Gray Fun's Little Sis joined toward the inside by Laney for her bid. And then comes Clay Basket, and School Spirit has dropped back to last. The first quarter was 22.33 seconds. Adeline takes them to 3 furlongs out. Adeline leads here by just over 2 to Contorted and Foolish Front Fifi, third with the rail, coming toward the quarter pole. And Clay Basket right there on the rail for Santo Sanjor. Fun's Little Sis and Laney is in the black cap. We trail back to School Spirit as these maiden fillies turn for home. And here's Contorted. Contorted at the top of the stretch, half mile, 46.25 seconds. Contorted runs now at Adeline, who's joined toward the inside by Clay Basket. And in tight quarters, Adeline. It's Contorted, edging left, but is just in front here past the 16th. Clay Basket battles on toward the inside. Fun's Little Sis set to join the battle late. Here's Fun's Little Sis. Clay Basket and Contorted narrowly. Contorted in a driving finish with Clay Basket, and Fun's Little Sis was nearest at the finish. Adeline and Foolish Front Fifi next. .112.03 after the maiden filly sprint. 112.03 photo finish. Hold all tickets. Here's the verdict. 5-1-8-3-5 Contorted. Even money first. Number 1, Clay Basket at 9-2 was second. Number 8, School Spirit at 12 to 1/3. And 3, Adeline at 4 to 1/4. Hold all tickets. They posted 5-1-8-3. Distorted Humor filly out of an Indian Charlie mare, Contorted. This is her 7th career start. Marcelino Pathosa Jr., Tom Amos, a 6-time leading conditioner here. Greenwell Thoroughbreds, Contorted at even money, out to the maiden ranks. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle number 5, Contorted with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Contorted is a 3-year-old bay filly by Distorted Humor. Out of the Indian Charlie mare, Princess Ash. Tom Amos trains for Greenwell Thoroughbreds. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Contorted out to the maiden ranks. Result now confirmed by the judges. 5183. Official 5-1 exacta. Paid $15.40. 50-cent trifecta pays on 518, $41.15. 50-cent pick 3. Covered races 2, 3, and 4. $25.35. The Governor Ron Contorted. 6-5 double favorites both. $9.60. Adeline fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 5183, paid $23.26. 112.03 after that maiden filly sprint. Race 5 next. Scratch the 6, Discerning Spirit. 13, Grand Kingdom. 14, Bernie Dot. Take out the 15, Fox Creek, and scratch the 16, Bonafide. Scratch the 610. 610, 13 through the number 16. All have been scratched. 11, Weekend Reveille. Jane Elliott rides 11, Weekend Reveille. Has a win on the card. Jane Elliott here on the 11, Weekend Reveille. 7, Mordecai, corrected weight, single bug, 117. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Start to the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Firm and fast, post time 4:17. And they're off. Adeline broke fast. Here comes an early charge from on the outside. Fun's Lil Sis, along with Contorted. School Spirit takes back through the field as they go up the back. It's Adeline for Simmer Bermudez. Adeline just leads toward the inside in front of Foolish Front Fifi between horses. First run since Saratoga for Contorted, who's third on the outside by 2. The Gray Fun's Little Sis joined toward the inside by Laney for her bid. And then comes Clay Basket, then School Spirit has dropped back to last. The first quarter was 22.33 seconds. Adeline takes them to 3 furlongs out. Adeline leads here by just over 2 to Contorted and Foolish Front Fifi third with the rail coming toward the quarter pole. And Clay Basket right there on the rail for Santo Sanjor. Fun's Little Sis and Laney is in the black cap. We trail back to School Spirit as these maiden fillies turn for home. And here's Contorted. Contorted at the top of the stretch, half mile, 46.25 seconds. Contorted runs now at Adeline, who's joined to the inside by Clay Basket. And in tight quarters, Adeline. It's Contorted edging left, but is just in front here past the 16th. Clay Basket battles on toward the inside. Fun's Little Sis set to join the battle late. Here's Fun's Little Sis. Clay Basket and Contorted narrowly. Contorted! Contorted in a driving finish with Clay Basket and Fun's Little Sis. And they're off.
not very often do you get an Itoba pick 4, including 75% turf races, but that's exactly what we have. Not only do we kick off the pick 4, but we also kick off the Horseshoe hat trick because we've got 8 thoroughbred races today, and 50% of the card is on the turf. And when you get turf races, you oftentimes get some big fields. We did have a couple of scratches. It shows a little bit disappointing, but we've got some big fields, some potential to make some money. We've seen some long shots come home to score, including our leading trainer and our second rider teaming up for almost a $60 winner in the opener. Since then, it's gotten a little bit formful, 460 and 420 the last 2 races. We'll see if that continues or if it's a trend that is about to be bucked. We've got a heavily backed favorite for Brendan Walsh in Great Sword, but I'm going to try the other Walsh trainee. You've seen it. He's been red hot, whether he's here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at 22%, having an awesome fall meet over at Keeneland as well. The guy and his team are doing an awesome job getting horses ready, putting them in spots that they can win. And I think Snowdrift for Godolphin Farms in here deserves a long, long look. This 3-year-old gelding by Medaglia d'Oro out of Snowbell is lightly raced, continuing to improve with each and every start. Debuted at Ellis Park at the maiden special weight level. Since then has come to Horseshoe Indianapolis and got on the turf. I can make an excuse for that August 25th race. It was on a good turf course, lost to Global Asset, who I think highly of, and was off very slowly, still running into it late, finishing 3rd and passing 5 horses in the lane. Now, last race, I can't really make an excuse. I do know that Dom Traces, your second-place runner, came back to win, and I'm very high on Midnight Finley. Midnight Finley exited that September 11th race and was a much best second-place finish last time out. Had a troubled trip, ran up on heels at a critical point in the stretch, and still finished with a flurry. So that September 11th race was likely more live than it may look on paper because your second-place runner did win. Midnight Finley took on winners at the allowance level and did very well in that race. So I'm banking that the September 11th race is a live one. It looks like bettors are as well. 15-1 morning line, 3-1 on the board. Incredible the amount of money early on in the wagering. And if you're following our DRF algorithms, they indicate that early money is going to stick around. 4-1 projection right now on Snowdrift, the other Brendan Walsh trainee, because the heavily backed favorite is likely going to be Great Sword. And if you're paying attention to those will pays, they usually suggest looking at the pick 3 pool, oftentimes the best indicator of who's going to take the late action. It's on Great Sword for Guitar Racing in here. A $90,000 purchase back in 2023, debuted for $30,000. Not always a great sign when you're debuting for a purchase price much less than you paid at the sale or brought through at the sales ring, but gets class relief from Ellis Park here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. The winner from that maiden claiming event on August 24th, Batter Up, did come out of that race to win. Closed very willingly in there and 111.88. I mean, going 112 over at the P-Patch and 137 for the mile is absolutely crawling. So it's a good sign that Great Sword did close into slow fractions that day, but again, could be odds on, might have a lot of work to do, and now gets one less furlong to do it. That's the problem I have with Great Sword. Your most likely winner, maybe the horse you would prefer owning going forward. However, cutting back a full furlong for a horse that was a little bit pace dependent on debut. We'll see if Evan Roman is able to put Great Sword in a much more tactical spot today. 8-5 on the board, but the horse with the most upside that could really create some separation for you and your peers in that Itoba pick 4 is Max the Butler. Rocco Jr. going to be calling the shots in here for Brian Williamson. He's stretching out. This horse debuted at the maiden special weight level down to maiden claiming. Not many horses going right from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. Turned out very nice down here in the walking ring. I like what I see. This horse missed the start completely on debut, and that was a bad sign because not only were they going 5 furlongs, but Max the Butler was also down on the inside. Completely missed it. Mitch Murrow gave this horse a good experience, got down to the rail behind horses, had this horse ridden out and galloped out very well. I think Max the Butler, despite what the breeding may suggest, can take to 2 turns on the class relief for Brian Williamson. The rider's getting the leg up. We're 5 minutes away from kicking off that Itoba pick 4. And if you miss Rachel, have no fear. She's thankfully been working her butt off, and she's put together an Itoba pick 4. It'll be on your screen during the warm-up. You can't win it if you're not in it, so dive in right now.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 5th race. Maiden Turf Mile, a field of 10. Scratch 6, Discerning Spirit. Take out the 10, El Maximo. Scratch the 13, Grand Kingdom, 14, Bernie Dot. 15, Fox Creek, and 16, Bonafide. Scratch the 610, 13 through the number 16, all have been scratched. 11, Weekend Reveille, Jane Elliott. Partners 11, Weekend Reveille, Jane Elliott. 7, Mordecai, corrected weight, single bug, 117. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3, started the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. First leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf pick 3. Featured on the holiday card. Firm and fast, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Maidens crossing over to the turf course near the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Edgar Morales with Snowdrift. Jose Gutierrez, Mordecai has joined Snowdrift, loading for the maiden. Mitch Myrtle with Turnbuckle. Declan Cannon, 9-time started Nepali Joe. Nepali Joe has moved into the starting gate. Joe Rocco Jr. with Max the Butler. Course here firm, turf rail at 24 feet out there on that Caesars course. Farron Peterson with Just Bernie. Evan Roman with Great Sword in the Claret. Weekend Reveille, Jane Elliott on the Monday score sheet. 2 back for Fernando de la Cruz. Then what in the green with the white diamonds and a green cap. Start here, the Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Course here firm, turf rail at 24 feet, fast main track. If you're wagering on the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba, starts here. Great Sword 8-5 favorite. 9-1, then what? Has gone all in. One more at the mile. Rodney Prescott with Agent Cabernet. It's the 5th of 8 here on Columbus Day. They're in the gate. And they're off. Toward the inside, Snowdrift. Turnbuckle with early kick. Right there is Mordecai now coming forward, and following Mordecai, Just Bernie as they make their way past the awning with Jose Gutierrez. Mordecai joined by Just Bernie and joined by Agent Cabernet with Weekend Reveille running in 4th into the turn. Nearest the inside is Turnbuckle in 5th. Then what is 6th, the Polly Joe in 7th as they go to the back of the course. And then toward the inside is a Snowdrift and the Godolphin Blue with Great Sword and Max the Butler trails. 22.75 lead seconds going up the back. And here's Just Bernie making a bid now for Farron Peterson. And Just Bernie leads the maiden turf mile outside the half-mile pole. Right there toward the inside is Mordecai, matching strides with Just Bernie. 3 lengths away to Turnbuckle, who's inching in now from 3rd for Mitchell Murrell, with on the outside Agent Cabernet running in 4th. Then what buried toward the inside, Nepali Joe is starting to gain, racing outside of Weekend Reveille. Then further back to Great Sword in the Claret, followed by Snowdrift and Max the Butler is last. Half mile 46.59 seconds as they round the far turn, Mordecai and Just Bernie. They remain locked in battle coming past the quarter pole, and Turnbuckle is right there with Nepali Joe. Great Sword is sweeping into action, then what up the inside trail. Heads have turned for home after 3 quarters in 1 minute 11.81 seconds across the course. Mordecai, Just Bernie, then what's in traffic. Here's Great Sword in the clear. Nepali Joe is in tight quarters. Down toward the final half furlong with Evan Roman. It's Great Sword who's emerged the leader and is kicking away from them. Great Sword. Great Sword gets the result by 4 from Nepali Joe, who holds second from Snowdrift, and then Just Bernie with Mordecai, then what, Turnbuckle, and next was Weekend Reveille up the course to Agent Cabernet, and Max the Butler never picked up. 137 flat for the maiden turf. 137, 4-8, and then a show photo. Number 4, Great Sword, 6-5 first. Number 8, Napali Joe, 3-1 second. Stand by for the third and fourth. Here's the slow-mo. Great Sword for Qatar Racing. Takes out the maiden from Napali Joe. Snowdrift with Just Bernie among those next across the finish. Stand by for the third and fourth from the judges. Evan Roman on the Son of Candy ride for Brendan Walsh. A Qatar Racing win. Great Sword at 6-5 home. The judges have posted number 1, Snowdrift, 7-2 third, and 9, Just Bernie, 10-1 fourth, 4-8, 1-9. Race 5 official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 4, Great Sword with Evan Roma. Great Sword is a 3-year-old bank gelding by Candy Ride. And the Medaglia d'Oro mare, Sundays at the Beach, Brendan Walsh trains for Qatar Racing. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Skyfall Thoroughbreds LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Great Sword. $48 exacta paid $16.80. 50-cent trifecta, 481 $13.80. 5-4 double. Favorite swept for $9.80. 10-cent superfecta, Just Bernie fourth, $16.66. 50-cent all favorite pick 3, $6.35. And the $1 early pick 4, $124.80. 50-cent early pick 5, 5 of 5, returned $2,275. Course firm, rail at 24 feet this week, 137 flat after the maiden. 18 minutes away, race 6 is next on the agenda. Scratch the 4, Sir Pistolero. Scratch the 4. Number 8, Manuelito, corrected weight again. Single bug, 114. Jose Gutierrez now claims the 5 pounds. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent grand high 5. Pentafecta wagering featured for the first time on this holiday card. Double pick 3. Post time 4:47. Just to remind all Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, next live race card tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday racing from 2:10. And they're off. Toward the inside, Snowdrift, turnbuckle with early kick. Right there is Mordecai now coming forward, and following Mordecai, Just Bernie as they make their way past the awning with Jose Gutierrez. Mordecai joined by Just Bernie and joined by Agent Cabernet with Weekend Reveille running in fourth into the turn. Nearest the inside is Turnbuckle in fifth. Then what is sixth? Napali Joe in seventh as they go to the back of the course. And then toward the inside is a Snowdrift in the Godolphin Blue with Great Sword and Max the Butler Trails. 22.75 lead seconds going up the back. And here's Just Bernie making a bid now for Farron Peterson. And Just Bernie leads the maiden turf mile outside the half-mile pole. Right there toward the inside is Mordecai, matching strides with Just Bernie. 3 lengths away to Turnbuckle, who's inching in now from third for Mitchell Murrell, with on the outside Agent Cabernet running in fourth. Then what, buried toward the inside, Nepali Joe is starting to gain, racing outside of Weekend Reveille. Then further back to Great Sword in the Claret, followed by Snowdrift, and Max the Butler is last. Half mile, 46.59 seconds as they round the far turn, Mordecai and Just Bernie. They remain locked in battle coming past the quarter pole, and Turnbuckle is right there with Nepali Joe. Great Sword is sweeping into action, then went up the inside trail. Heads a turn for home after 3/4 in 1 minute 11.81 seconds across the course. Mordecai, Just Bernie, then what's in traffic. Here's Great Sword in the clear. Nepali Joe is in tight quarters. Down toward the final half furlong with Evan Roman. It's Great Sword who's emerged the leader and is kicking away from them. Great Sword. Great Sword gets the result by 4 from Nepali Joe, who holds second from Snowdrift, and then Just Bernie with Mordecai, then what, Turnbuckle, and next was Weekend. There was a claim from the maiden turf. From race 5, the winner was claimed. Great Sword for $25,000 was claimed by new owner Blaine Davidson. Trainer Stephen Fosdick claimed Great Sword, won the maiden turf mile.
Brendan Walsh's world. We're just living in it. He runs first and third in the 5th race, kicking off that Itoba pick 4, back for race number 6. We'll go back out to the main track for the final time on a Monday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Your late daily double features 2 very nice turf races for races 7 and 8. The final dirt race of the day, 6 furlongs in here, $5,000 claimer, scratch number 4. Out of this event leaves us with a field of 9 is set to battle it out for the distance of 6 furlongs. I'm going to look no further than your inside runner, more than 5 for Southwest Racing Stables. Alex Ashard going to be aboard for Gennaro Garcia in here, this 2-time winner from 29 starts. Likes to settle for less, 14 second and third place finishes, but despite only 2 victories, has banked over $100,000. He's done a little bit better than pay his way for the 6-figure earner, and he's run into a couple of sneaky troubled races. Now, he's always been a little bit pace dependent, which can yield to some trouble, but going 6 furlongs on August 28th, he got stuck behind a wall of horses. He closed in willingly, but Is My Business, who has since come back to win again for Miguel Angel Silva, he just was gone that day. And so more than 5 was closing into it, chased a live one home who has since won yet again. Last time out, they stretched out to 1.70 mile, which he hasn't done all that often in his career. He was on the lead. He did stay on gamely. He continued trying, but ultimately probably doesn't want to necessarily go that final 1.70 miles or 2 turns. He cuts back today. That's a little bit of a question mark. He does like to settle for less, but I've been impressed that even though at the $5,000 claiming ranks where horses are fairly inconsistent, he's been consistently good enough to round out your exact or try. Hopefully that consistency will pay off and yield some dividends today. He cuts back, should be plenty fit. He's well spotted in here, and he gets Alex Ashard aboard for Gennaro Garcia. Jockey-trainer combination that you don't see very often. In fact, they're only winning at 4% on the season, but I'm not too concerned. He was aboard that September 17th race, so it's not like he's just hopping on in here. More than 5, 4-1 on the board, but projected to go off as low as 2-1 when the gates pop. The interesting one in here is Beck's Spirit. Now, Chris Davis doesn't swing and miss very often, but at first glance, you would think that this is a clear swing and miss in post position number 5 with Beck's Spirit. Mitch Murrow lands here. Chris Davis winning at 20%. When he drops horses and claiming price 50%, I found this fascinating. He wins at 25%. Now, yeah, that's expected, you could say, or you could argue that, well, duh, they're getting a ton of class relief. They should win, but that's not always the case. Sometimes trainers drop horses and just don't have success. Chris Davis, not one of those in here, winning at 25% with class moves similar to this one. Not always a good sign for the ownership group, who claimed this horse for $16,000, now trying to get out of it with a $5,000 claimer in here. But Beck's Spirit is a horse who his best races would win this race, and not only win, but win by the length of the stretch. I mean, that performance he put on his second out at 7 furlongs over at Churchill Downs, showing speed, staying on with it, and had 2 wins in a row. Not only did he win the maiden-breaking score at 7 furlongs over at Churchill Downs, but he also won against winners back-to-back. That wasn't all that long ago. June 8th, claimed for $16,000 from Ellis, found a sloppy racetrack. I'm willing to forgive the last 2 starts. We'll see if he bounces back today, but if there's no improvement for Beck's Spirit, this would be a tough one to endorse going forward. But right now, projected to go off at 8-1 off that 20-1 morning line. Chris Davis has done an awesome job here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at 20%, one you need to pay attention to. But the early money is on Manuelito, an old friend of Horseshoe Indianapolis, making start number 52 here at Horseshoe Indy. The Indiana bred has only raced 4 times outside of his home state, and we'll see if he can get the job done for the first time in his 7-year-old season. He's got 6 starts this year with 3 third-place finishes. Now, he used to show a huge closing kick. Him and Joshua Romero had come up the rail multiple times. He does like to get down to the inside and come running late, that final 1/8 of a mile or so. Now, he has faced some tough foes. Classic Max has plenty of back class to call on as well. Last time out, he was very wide, just kind of never really got into it, was somewhat of a non-effort. The time before that, he did get down to the rail, but he was expected to win at even money, and he was moving up midway through the turn, just kind of faded or fizzled in the lane. I wouldn't say he necessarily faded because he was never out of it by more than 2 lengths. He just ran evenly, and that was at even money at the $10,000 claiming ranks. against open company, so he hasn't faced state-bred competition very often recently, but he gets back in against open company in here, $5,000 claiming. He's won for his last 17. He certainly makes a lot of sense. His best race is absolutely fit in here. I'm just not convinced that he's got that determination to really dig down deep and win. We'll see if Gutierrez, who's been red hot as an apprentice, can get the job done in here. He's got over 40 wins now, and his weight has changed to a 5-pound apprentice as well. So Manuelito has things going in the right direction. He's got the right man on his back. We'll see if he can get the job done for the first time as a 7-year-old in here. But I'm banking on more than 5 as $5,000 claimers kick off the final pick 3 on a Monday here at the Shoe.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. This sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 9. Number 4, Sir Pistolero, has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Sir Pistolero. No rider changes. 8, Manuelito. Corrected weight there. Single bug. 114. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The 10-cent grand high 5. First pentafecta featured on the holiday card. Double pick 3. Fast and firm, 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes to get a bet on. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Alex Ashard, more than 5. The first sprinter into the starting gate. Alberto Burgos with Mickey Prado has joined more than 5. Abel Cedillo with Prince Bunny. Sarah Hess with I'm Taking It to the Bank. Orlando Mexica, Summer and Aiken. Summer and Aiken loaded. Jose Gutierrez with Manuelito. Now Mitchell Merle with Beck's Spirit. German Terraza with Neo King at 6 furlongs. One more. Jackson's Roar. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. won the 4th race made in Philly Sprint with Contorted. Starter Ray Kuick going to his spot. Takes the trigger. All in. And they're off. And a fast start for Manuelito, along with I'm Taking It to the Bank. And on the outside, Jackson's Roar has early interest, and Beck's Spirit is put into the game too as they go up the back with Sarah Hess. I'm Taking It to the Bank has the speed to lead. Beck's Spirit pressing toward the inside, 2 lengths away, 2. Toward the inside, Prince Money, who now comes through underneath of Mickey Prado between horses. On the outside is Manuelito in the top 5. They've inside a half mile to run. Then comes Jackson's Roar on the extreme outside. More than 5 has the Turquoise Stars on the White Silks as they round the far turn. Then Neo King and Summer and Aiken is last. Quarter 22.38 inside 3 to go. And the 12-1 target, I'm Taking It to the Bank. I'm Taking It to the Bank has taken it strong to them coming toward the quarter pole. From looming up Mickey Prado, Beck Spirit, Manuelito straightens away in 4th. More than 5 is 5th. Prince Money wide, Jackson's Roar, Neo King, and Summer and Aiken. They straighten away. Half mile in 46.07. Mickey Prado is charging after I'm Taking It to the Bank, who just clings on for Sarah Hess. I'm Taking It to the Bank past the 8th pole. Mickey Prado. Here's Manuelito, who's charging hard on the outside. And more than 5 moves up nearer the rail. And dropping away was Beck Spirit. It's Manuelito and Jose Gutierrez. Manuelito to win it. Second close ahead between more than 5 with I'm Taking It to the Bank. Beck Spirit and Mickey Prado, the next 2. Eight, Manuelito. Even money favorite first. The judges will examine a place photo that's on the bob for second and third, and a photo back for 4th and stand by for the 5th for the Pentafecta. Photos in back of Manuelito, Jose Gutierrez, 42nd career win. Now claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance here for Cipriano Contreras. It's Manuelito down in class and home at even money. Ray Salto, the place photo, finishing second was the 7. I'm Taking It to the Bank. At 12-1 over 1 more than 5. At 9-5 third. 6 Mickey Prado at 14-1 fourth. A nose over 5 Beck Spirit 5th. 8-7-1 6-5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8 Manuelito with Jose Gutierrez. Manuelito is a 7-year-old dark mare brown gelding by Majestic Harbor. And the Baltimore Bob mare, Harper's Dream, racing for Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Manuelito. It's official. Result of race 6 confirmed by the judges, 87165. Official after race 6. 8-7 exacta paid $50.20. 50-cent pick 3, $10.15. The 50-cent trifecta, 871, $28.10. 4-8 double paid $13.20. 10-cent superfecta, $16.80. Mickey O'Prada was 4th. Beck Spirit 5th. The 10-cent pentafecta returned $173.88. Claimed 9 Neo King for $5,000 to Tracy Wisner. Claimed Neo King. In the 7th race, penultimate race here on the holiday, made in turf sprint, scratch the also eligibles. 13 Lori Beth, 14 Circling, 15 Velveteen, and the 16 High Breeze. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 through the number 16. 1 Ume Andres Calleja. Rides 1 Ume Andres Calleja. Also note in that upcoming 7th race, number 2 Ms. Candy, corrected weight, single bug 117. Jose Gutierrez running for a double on the card. Claims the 5 pounds now. And number 3, Safira, is a first-time Lasix user. That's L1 designation. First-time Lasix for the daughter of American Pharaoh, the 3, Safira. Scratch the also eligibles. Exacta trifecta superfecta. The 10-cent grand high 5. And the start of the final double of the day. Noting in the 8th race, closing the card with that starter turf. 8th race there, scratch 4, Debt Paid. 13, Nip and Tuck. 14, Mike Calante. 15, Epimethium, and 16, Pierce Elevated. That's in the 8th to close out the card. Scratch the 4, 13 through the number 16, all out of the starter turf. Race 8 caps off the day. 3, Leave It to Kitten. Corrected weight, single bug, 117. Manuelito takes out the sprint. 111.72 was the final time. 111.72 after the running of race 6. Post time for the 7th of 8 at 5:16. And they're off. And a fast start for Manuelito, along with I'm Taking It to the Bank. And on the outside, Jackson's Roar has early interest, and Beck Spirit is put into the game too as they go up the back with Sarah Hess. I'm Taking It to the Bank has the speed to lead. Beck Spirit pressing toward the inside, 2 lengths away, 2 toward the inside. Prince Money, who now comes through underneath of Mickey O'Prada between horses. On the outside is Manuelito in the top 5. They have inside a half mile to run. Then comes Jackson's Roar on the extreme outside. More than 5 has the Turquoise Stars on the White Silks as they round the far turn. Then Neo King and Summer Naked is last. Quarter 22.38 inside 3 to go. And the 12-1 target, I'm Taking It to the Bank. I'm Taking It to the Bank has taken it strong to them coming toward the quarter pole. From looming up Mickey O'Prada, Beck Spirit, Manuelito straightens away in 4th. More than 5 is 5th. Prince Money wide, Jackson's War, Neo King, and Summer and Aiken. They straighten away. Half mile in 46.07. Mickey O'Prada is charging after I'm Taking It to the Bank, who just clings on for Sarah Hess. I'm Taking It to the Bank past the 8th pole. Mickey O'Prada, here's Manuelito, who's charging hard on the outside. And more than 5 moves up nearer the rail. And dropping away was Beck Spirit. It's Manuelito and Jose Gutierrez. Manuelito to win it. Second close ahead between more than 5 with I'm Taking It to the Bank. All in. And the
9 minutes away from the 7th race, back out on that firm turf course for the final 2 races of your Monday. Rail setting at 24 feet. Thankful to have half your races on that beautiful turf course of ours. Let's take a look at this field in here. We've got 3-year-old fillies and upwards, all looking for their first career victory, going 5 furlongs in here. Scratch your outside runners. The also eligibles did not draw in 13 through 16. And I'm going to go with Lindy Can in here. Greg Foley, Mitch Merrill, they teamed up here on September 2nd, about 6 weeks ago, in which they broke sharp, cleared off, and got absolutely nailed by not one but both chalks. Lost and Found and Magical Day timed it right that day, I believe, in the Godolphin Blue Silks, if not Guitar Racing. But this horse galloped out just as well as some of those others in here, so showed a ton of speed, had some early talent out of the starting gates as well, and just really cleared off on the front end, went sub 56 very quick, should improve second start on the turf, and I was impressed. Usually when you go sub 22 and sub 44, usually you tire late, you don't gallop out very good. This horse was just fine in the gallop out, could have gone longer that day. I think Lindy Can deserves a long look. A 3-year-old chestnut filly who's getting on the turf for the second time. I know she's at the maiden special weight level after being at the maiden claiming ranks, but I really think those maiden claiming 50,000 at both Churchill and Ellis over in Louisville, and they're kind of in line with our maiden special weight. So yes, they've dipped down a maiden claiming, but is it a huge jump up to maiden special weight? In my opinion, more of a lateral move, and I think this horse moves up. Second time on the turf, and we're getting a great price in here, 5-1 on the board. I'm going to be very happy if this horse goes to the post at 5-1, because I think it's Lindy Can's race to be caught in here and should have the lead turning for home. We'll see if Mitch can get this one out of the gate. Back-to-back races, but your current favorite in lukewarm fashion is Sunny Ray. Joe Ramos kicked off the card with a long shot winner for Randy Klopp. He looks for another win in here with the Ireland bred and Whitworth Beckman, a 3-year-old filly by Invincible Spirit out of Ray of Sunshine. Some royal breeding per se. Gets Lasix for the first time, actually debuted at Colonial without Lasix, so that should be a welcomed improvement. Also some class relief as well, but not much to go off of here. You can't really see too much of the running lines of the other horses in here and where they have finished across seas over in Ireland. So based on the breeding, I don't have the expertise to really dive into the breeding. I do know that Whitworth Beckman and Joe Ramos have been teaming up at an excellent rate. They've been winning races not only locally but around the country as well, and won some big races, including just a couple of weeks ago over at Delaware in the Delaware Handicap, the Grade 3 Regaled, back on the 28th, in which they brought home Regaled from Off the Pace. And so it's a new blossoming jockey-trainer combination. They've done well around the country. Haven't teamed up too often here in Horseshoe Indianapolis, but that's only because Whitworth just hasn't sent too many over to Horseshoe Indianapolis. This one should improve second time out. Took some action on debut, sub 4-1 over at Colonial on August 23rd, in which they just kind of ran evenly around the track. Didn't show a ton of kick, didn't show a ton of pace either. I think with class relief today, they'll come from off the pace and try and time it right. If the top selection, Lindy Ken, does tire, Sunny Ray should be in that second flight and should get first run. Currently 3-1 off that 4-1 morning line. But the horse with the most upside is a filly bred in Kentucky by Hillerich Racing, owned and bred by the same group. Gutierrez is going to be calling the shots in here. 3-year-old filly by Candy Ride puts the blinkers on today, and the blinkers has been a good sign for Gennaro Garcia. When he puts the blinkers on for the first time, he wins at 25%. Blinkers on in general, 28%. I like that this horse has been given some time off. Raced earlier this summer, debuted with a very solid effort behind Small Hollow, had an experience that day and got the job done. Then went to the turf, ran evenly around. I think there's certainly some upside for Miss Candy in here, and I like that the patience that they've shown with this 3-year-old filly being lightly raced, haven't gone to the racetrack, every 2 or 3 weeks with this one. So there's upside in here. We've also got those Silks of Resolute Racing, a $500,000 purchase at the OBS sale with 25 workouts prior to the debut. They're certainly getting their day rate taken care of with all those works. We'll see if the works pay off in the afternoon with Safira. Jaime Torres is going to be aboard for Resolute Racing. We'll see if the expensive daughter of American Pharaoh can get the job done at first asking. But I'm banking on Lindy Can and our main man, Bet Mitch, get rich. 4 minutes away from race number 7.
The horses called posted now for the 7th race. This maiden distaff turf sprint over the 5 furlongs. Course firm rail at 24 feet. Scratch the also eligibles. 13 Lori Beth, 14 Circling, 15 Velveteen, and 16 High Breeze. Scratch the also eligibles. 13 through the number 16. 1 Ume, Andres Calleja rides 1 Ume. 2 Miss Candy corrected weight, single bug 117. Once again, Jose Gutierrez now claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance. Also has a win on the card, and the 3 Safira, first time Lasix medication. That's L1. First time Lasix for the newcomer, number 3 Safira. Scratch the also eligibles, exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta wagering featured here, and start of the late double, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute 2 post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Crossing over to the turf course for the maiden, near the sprint start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Andres Calleja, Ume, first of 12 to move into the starting gate here. Mitch Morrow with Lindy Can. Ms. Candy, Jose Gutierrez has a win on the card. Now Alex Achard with Bois Blanc. Up comes Safira. Right now 5-1 on the daughter of American Pharaoh. Jaime Torres for Riley Mott and Resolute Racing, Safira Well. Danny Sheehy partners Devils Golden Fiddle. Sunny Ray, Joe Ramos with a win on the card. Sunny Ray loads. Now Devils Golden Fiddle's gone all in. Here over the 5 furlongs, course firm. We're all set at 24 feet out there on the Caesars course this week. A few more back, Luis Contreras, no self-control, drew 5. Simra Bermudez with Dodecahedron. She's moving in now. Dear Scarlet, Jane Elliott on the Monday score sheet. Orlando Mexico with Kezia Prime. So stand by. One more. Fernando de la Cruz and 5 times started Emoji. They're in the gate. The Robin sprinting. No self-control. Rockets away. Ume toward the inside showing good speed. Emoji hustled on the far outside and gets positioned to just run in third. Now here comes a bid from Lindy Can, who was up between horses. Miss Candy's in the red helmet, one off the rails, streaking toward the far turn. And then comes Sunny Ray with on the outside Dodecahedron. Bois Blanc is in behind horses. Nearest the inside is Safira making her first voyage. She's in a lot of traffic there is Safira as they round the far turn. And then comes Kezia Prime with Dear Scarlet and between horses. Devil's got a golden fiddle among those back markers. 21.56 lead seconds. No self-control with Luis Contreras. As these maidens straighten away, it's no self-control who leads the charge for home. From a sweeping dodecahedron, has the white blinkers. Toward the inside is Lindy Can. Ooming toward the inside part of the course. Here comes Safira, and Safira is staying on. And on the outside is Sunny Ray as they come inside the final half furlong. It's Safira. Jaime Torres and Safira, the daughter of American Pharaoh, with a first out rousing success. Sunny Ray was second, no self-control third, then Dodecahedron, Ume, and Lindycat. Three, 4, 5, 10, 1 after the maiden. 57.56. There she is, Safira. 6-1 first. Number 4, Sunny Ray. 2-1 second. 5, no self-control. 10-1 third in her 11th career run. The 10, Dodecahedron, and 18-1 was fourth. 1, Ume, fifth. Lindy Ken was next. Dear Scarlet at about seventh from Devil's Golden Fiddle, with Kezia Prime among those next home. $525,000 OBS March Juvenile in 2024. She was 6-1, Safira. Jaime Torres on the newcomer for Riley Mott, and a Resolute Racing win at the shoe. Leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 3, Safira, with Jaime Torres. Safira is a 3-year-old bay filly by American Pharaoh. Out of the Gozat Bermere, La Cloche. Riley Mott trains for John Stewart's Resolute Racing. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Safira. Takes out her maiden voyage at 6-1 odds official. 3-4 Exacta. After the maiden distaff turf sprint. Returned $47 even. 50-cent trifecta, $96.60. 8-3 double, $44.60. 10-cent superfecta paid $201.39. Dodecahedron ran fourth. The pick 3, $26 even. Ume fifth. 10-cent pentafecta returned $2,698.73. 12 ran in the maiden. 57.56. Starter turf to close us out. In the 8th to wrap up the holiday card, scratch 4, Depade, 13, Nippentuck, 14, Mike Calante, take out the 15, Epimethium, and scratch 16, Pierce Elevated. Scratch the 4, 13 through the number 16, all have been scratched. Number 3, Leave It to Kitten, corrected weight there, single bug, 117. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High Five, Pentafecta featured on the starter turf. Post time will be in 19 minutes. At 5:47, Tuesday racing from 210. Relevant sprinting. No self-control, rockets away. Ume toward the inside, showing good speed. Emoji hustled on the far outside and gets positioned to just run in third. Now here comes a bid from Lindy Can, who was up between horses. Miss Candy's in the red helmet, one off the rails, streaking toward the far turn. And then comes Sunny Ray with, on the outside, Dodecahedron. Bois Blanc is in behind horses. Nearest the inside is Safira, making her first voyage. She's in a lot of traffic there, is Safira, as they round the far turn. And then comes Kezia Prime with Deer Scarlet and between horses. Devil's got a golden fiddle among those back markers. 21.56 lead seconds, no self-control. With Luis Contreras, as these maidens straighten away, it's no self-control who leads the charge for home. From a sweeping Dodecahedron, has the white blinkers. Toward the inside is Lindy Can. Ooming toward the inside part of the course. Here comes Safira, and Safira is staying on. And on the outside is Sunny Ray as they come inside the final half furlong. It's Safira. Jaime Torres and Safira, the daughter of American Pharaoh, with a first out rousing success. Sunny Ray was second, no self-control third, then Dodecahedron, Ume, and Lindy Can.
Resolute Racing gets some return on their investment. The $500,000 purchase put some money in the bank at first asking. Safira, with a great ride from Jaime Torres, got a ground-saving trip behind a wall of horses, shifted out and at 6-1. Pay the backers for Resolute Racing and the first-time starter, Safira. 10 minutes away from the final race of the day on the turf course, a mile and a 16th in here. 16 were entered. 12 will battle it out over a mile and a 16th. Scratch your also eligibles. And I'm going to go all the way to the outside in the starting gate in here. Kygo, Manny Esquivel, and John Hancock teaming up in here. Hancock has sent out plenty of starters today here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Kygo, the German bred, hasn't won in 2 years. 0 for 9 in that time, is lightly raced, has been all around the country, Gulfstream Park, Tampa, Ellis, Turfway. Most recently, a good second-place finish, losing a wicked photo finish at 16-1. If you had that horse that day at 16-1, that was a tough, tough beat. Should get some pace to chase in here. I think the pace will be honest. You get a surefire, good ride from Manny Esquivel. In most cases, he wins at 20%. Looks plenty fit in here. The problem is this horse just is relatively pace-dependent, hasn't gotten the job done. Not a lot of competitive races in the running line recently, but I do like that last start at Ellis Park, and second start off of the layoff is usually a good one for John Hancock, winning at 13%. Usually fair value as well, return on investment over $4 in here. Manny sticks around for the finale, and that's enough to get me on board, 6-1 in here for Kygo. But the horse is going to take all the action, at least projections would indicate, is Boitano, and why not? Brings in a 3-race winning streak for this 6-year-old who's racked up 11 wins through 39 starts. Start number 40 today on October the 13th, and looking to make it 4 in a row. When the money comes in, the results usually follow. In fact, Boitano has gone off favored in 3 starts and has paid the backers. Not very often does the money come in and the horse responds in kind and pays the believers. However, that's the case, and he's really turned into quite a nice animal at 6 years old. In fact, 6 wins this season. He had 5 wins in his entire career, and in 2025, he's had 6 wins. And he can do it from off the pace. He does not need the lead. He is not a need-the-lead type. In fact, down at the fairgrounds with John G. Dooley giving him the call back in March, he came from well off the pace. He's very tactical. He knows where the wire is as well. Mitch Merle has been aboard him in each of those 3 starts. The money's going to come in again, most likely, based on those projections. He's a little chilly, though, 7-2 on the board. He's projected to go off as low as 2-1. In here, he comes back at a reasonable class price or class level that he's been at in his last 4 starts. And one of those wins for the last 3-race winning streak has been on the turf. He's as consistent as they come at the age of 6. He's 9 for 10 in the trifecta, and he's the horse to beat in here. But is he the horse to bet? The horse to bet could be drawn to the outside as well. Nacho Chrome. How about this Kentucky bred by California Chrome? Alberto Burgos has been riding excellent here in Horseshoe Indianapolis, but he's not contending for that top rider's title, at least at this point. After last year, he was atop the rider's title. He's bouncing back this season, winning at 15%. He teams up with Michael Lauer, who takes over from Thomas Medina, and you have to go back some time for Nacho Chrome to make a ton of sense. That's the bad news. You have to go way back to September of last year, almost 13 months to the day, and this horse teamed up with Alberto Burgos twice in a row. They won at 40-1, and then they came back and won at 5-1. Since then, the wheels have fallen off a little bit. They tried a couple of synthetic tries this winter. They've been in kind of an every other pattern between getting rained off, being back on the turf. But if they can duplicate those performances of just a year ago, going a mile and a 16th and a mile on a good turf course, I think Nacho Chrome deserves a long look at all of 20-1. You've got plenty capable connections. Michael Lauer, he wins races consistently here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, oftentimes bringing home a price. Alberto Burgos does so as well. And you've got Nacho Chrome, who's somewhat of a horse for course. 4 starts here on the turf, 2 of them being victorious. And there is some pace to chase in here. I think you can do a lot worse with a 20-1 shot than Nacho Chrome as Lauer takes over from Thomas Medina. Favoring all those outside runners in here. They'll go a mile and a 16th. 12 of them will go to the gate. 1 will return a winner, and I am hopeful it is you. We're signing off for the day. No quarter horses today. Martha is going to be resting up her voice as she'll return tomorrow as well, and we've got another excellent day of racing on a Tuesday for First post 210 with Wire to Wire kicking off whenever Rachel joins. John, best of luck tomorrow and best of luck in the finale.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. Closing the card here with a starter turf over the mile and a 16th, a field of 11. Scratch 4, Depade. 13, Nip and Tuck. Also eligible 14 by Calante, 15 Epimethium, and scratch 16 Pierce Elevated. Scratch the 4, 13 through the number 16, all have been scratched. 3, Leave It to Kitten. Corrected weight, Single Bug 117. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The starter turf features the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wager here to close out the card. 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For a final time to close out the card, crossing over to the turf course here on final approach. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. First up, hold your applause. Meet leader Fernando de la Cruz, 96 winners here this season. Sophie Doyle, anchorman, has joined Hold Your Applause. Victor LeBron with Driftwood in the gold. Now here's Sammy Bermudez, Scenic Justice in frame. Jose Gutierrez with Leave It to Kitten. Leading up, Boitano. Mitchell Morrow for Jose Camejo. 7-2 on Boitano for another starter turf win here this season. Boitano's in. Hydro Frost, Evan Roman has a holiday victory. So too Joe Ramos with Company You Keep in the pink for Ray Paquette. Over the Milan 16th, here to close out the card. Right now, Boitano and Kygo, the joint 3-1 favorites. Alberto Burgos with Nacho Chrome. One more, Manny Escobar and the German-bred Kygo. Tuesday post time 2:10. Here comes the last all in. Off in the Monday finale. Good starts for Leave It to Kitten with Company You Keep. Driftwood in the gold holds the running rail. And here's the gray Hydrofrost, who's up and after the lead. And Boitano is right there close up. It's Hydrofrost with Evan Roman. Hydrofrost has taken the early lead from Driftwood, who challenges up the inside. And they're now going head-to-head, making their way out to the stretch. In the meantime, Boitano gets good position off them, running in third. 6 furlongs to run. Then comes Company You Keep in the pink, who's running in fourth by 3. Leave It to Kitten with Kygo on the outside of Leave It to Kitten as these leaders go to the back of the course. Anchorman also saving ground with a rail at 24 feet. Then comes Nacho Chrome, the Tony Granite's 2. Scenic Justice just in advance of Now and Later, and Hold Your Applause has dropped back to last. The opening quarter just a tick over 23. So now it's Driftwood, who's taking the lead for Victor LeBron as they go past the half-mile pole. Driftwood. So Driftwood leans here. Hydro Frost by a length and a half. 2 lengths away to Boitano, running in third for Mitchell Morrow. Then comes Kygo and Leave It to Kitten. They're running a joint fourth. with on the outside. Scenic Justice a wide 6th. Nacho Chrome is 7th. Anchorman is 8th. Hold Your Applause moving now from out of last in company with Now and Later. And Company You Keep has dropped back to 11th. Half mile 47.11. It's Driftwood on the edge of the quarter pole. It's Driftwood who leads. Hydro Frost who's right there alongside Driftwood as they level up together. Boitano's third, tries to draw in. Then toward the inside is Kygo, who straightens away in 4th. They're homeward bound 3/4 in 1 minute 11.84 seconds. Driftwood determined. Driftwood with the rail. Kygo comes charging up on the inside of Hydro Frost. Boitano on the outside. As they come past the 16th, it is still Driftwood, Boitano, and on the outside, Nacho Chrome, who joins at the finish. Mitchell Merle and Boitano, Boitano and Driftwood. Head bobbing photo finish. Nacho Chrome was 3rd, and Kygo finished 4th. $143.80 after the starter turf. $143.80. This is a win photograph. Hold all tickets. Results in from the judges. After a win photograph, first number 9, Boitano at 3-1. 2, Driftwood at 5-1, denied on the bob. Number 11, Nacho Chrome at 7-1 third. 12, Kygo, 5-1 fourth, and Scenic Justice 5th for the Pentafecta. Boitano, it's been a tough customer this meet. Wins again. A starter turf, Mitchell Morrow for Jose Camejo, and Kevin Stedman's now 12-time winner, Boitano in a bobber. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle again this meet. Number 9, Boitano with Mitchell Morrow. Boitano is a 6-year-old big gelding by Nyquist. Out of the Pulpit mare, Cavalelli, Jose Camejo trains for owner Kevin Stedman. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Boitano knows how to win. Final results in. 9 to Exacta. Head bobbing finish, $54.40. Kygo 4th. The 10-cent superfecta paid $195.23. Final pick 3 on this all thoroughbred card. 50-cent pick 3 paid $49.10. 50-cent trifecta 9, 10, 11, $105.15. 3, 9, double 55.60. $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba, $207.30. 50-cent late pick 5, 5 of 5, $292.60. And with Scenic Justice 5th, the 10-cent Pentafecta paid $1,366. Claim 5. Now and later for $5,000. Now and later, that $8,000 claim. And the starter, optional claimer for $8,000. Number 5, now and later, was claimed. New owner Dave Hearn, trainer George Leonard III. Claim number 5, now and later, for the 8K. Boitano wins again here this meet. Speaking of winners, dual winners in today's edition of Dooley's Legends. There you go. Playing with us on track here, Anthony Lombardo and Terry McDonald. They tied for the gold medal, $50 apiece in today's edition of Dooley's Legends. Cheers to all who took part in today's weekly contest at Horseshoe Indianapolis. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track, like Tony and Terry, and playing at today's Dooley's Legends contest. Cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing resumes with Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday cards this week. Post time tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday to wrap up the 4-day stretch from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Final race replay coming up of the starter turf as Boitano takes out another narrow margin of victory here at the track. Mitchell Morrow for Jose Camejo and Kevin Stedman. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying goodnight. Off in the Monday finale. Good starts for Leave It to Kitten with Company You Keep. Driftwood in the gold holds the running rail. And here's the gray Hydrofrost, who's up and after the lead. And Boitano is right there close up. It's Hydrofrost with Evan Roman. Hydrofrost has taken the early lead from Driftwood, who challenges up the inside. And they're now going head-to-head, making their way out to the stretch. In the meantime, Boitano gets good position off them, running in third. 6 furlongs to run. There comes Company You Keep in the pink, who's running in fourth by 3. Leave It to Kitten with Kygo on the outside of Leave It to Kitten as these leaders go to the back of the course. Anchorman also saving ground with a rail of 24 feet. Then comes Nacho Chrome, the Tony Granite's 2. Scenic Justice just in advance of Now and Later, and Hold Your Applause has dropped back to last. The opening quarter just a tick over 23. So now it's Driftwood, who's taking the lead for Victor LeBron as they go past the half-mile pole. Driftwood. So Driftwood leads here. Leads here Hydrofrost by a length and a half. 2 lengths away to Boitano, running in third for Mitchell Morrow. Then comes Kygo and Leave It to Kitten. They're running a joint fourth. With on the outside, Scenic Justice a wide 6th. Nacho Chrome is 7th. Anchorman is 8th. Hold Your Applause moving now from out of last in company with Now and Later. And Company You Keep has dropped back to 11th. Half mile 47.11. It's Driftwood on the edge of the quarter pole. It's Driftwood who leads. Hydrofrost is right there alongside Driftwood as they level up together. Boitano's third tries to draw in. Then toward the inside is Kygo, who straightens away in fourth. They're homeward bound 3/4 in 1 minute 11.84 seconds. Driftwood determined. Driftwood with the rail. Kygo comes charging up on the inside of Hydrofrost. Boitano on the outside. As they come past the 16th, it is still Driftwood, Boitano, and on the outside, Nacho Chrome, who joins at the finish. Mitchell Morrow and Boitano and Driftwood. Head bobbing photo finish. Nacho Chrome was third, and Kygo finished fourth. Off in the Monday finale. Good starts for Leave It to Kitten with Company You Keep. Driftwood in the gold holds the running rail. And here's the gray Hydrofrost, who's up and after the lead. And Boitano is right there close up. It's Hydrofrost with Evan Roman. Hydrofrost has taken the early lead from Driftwood, who challenges up the inside. And they're now going head-to-head, making their way out to the stretch. In the meantime, Boitano gets good position off them, running in third. 6 furlongs to run. There comes Company You Keep in the pink, who's running in fourth by 3. Leave It to Kitten with Kygo on the outside of Leave It to Kitten as these leaders go to the back of the course. Anchorman also saving ground with a rail of 24 feet. Then comes Nacho Chrome, the Tony Granite's 2. Scenic Justice just in advance of Now and Later, and Hold Your Applause has dropped back to last. The opening quarter just a tick over 23. So now it's Driftwood, who's taking the lead for Victor LeBron as they go past the half-mile pole. Driftwood. So Driftwood leads here. Leads here Hydrofrost by a length and a half. 2 lengths away to Boitano, running in third for Mitchell Morrow. Then comes Kygo and Leave It to Kitten. They're running a joint fourth. With on the outside, Scenic Justice a wide 6th. Nacho Chrome is 7th. Anchorman is 8th. Hold Your Applause moving now from out of last in company with Now and Later. And Company You Keep has dropped back to 11th. Half mile 47.11. It's Driftwood on the edge of the quarter pole. It's Driftwood who leads. Hydro Frost is right there alongside Driftwood as they level up together. Boitano's third, tries to draw in. Then toward the inside is Kygo, who straightens away in fourth. They're homeward bound 3/4 in 1 minute 11.84 seconds. Driftwood determined. Driftwood with the rail. Kygo comes charging up on the inside of Hydro Frost. Boitano on the outside. As they come past the 16th, it is still Driftwood, Boitano, and on the outside, Nacho Chrome, who joins at the finish. Mitchell Merle and Boitano and Driftwood. Head bobbing photo finish. Nacho Chrome was third, and Kygo finished fourth.